Hello, Cyril. How's it going? Right, I think we are just about ready to start, yeah? Reading in the morning. I had lunch a bit ago. Sounds like you got a day set out for yourself. You got anything exciting planned this afternoon and evening? Hello. Here we are. We are back. We have, surprise, surprise, GBF grinding to do. We have to do event right now. As I think everything's unlocked on here. Oh, Jesus. We need that off. Yeah, better. Better. Yeah, I think everything's unlocked now, so we just need to make sure that we get all of this done before we go and grind Dark Grid. Thankfully, we can back go this, which of course is premium. Hello, Jakero. I don't know how many of these tokens we need. Get like a good chunk of them, like 500 or something. See how far that gets us. Come back if we need to. Okay, most of the stuff you thought was important pretty quickly. Nice. Daily Maniacs, yeah, sure. I don't really want to be doing Daily Maniacs. This week, I'm going to be spending a lot of time on AQ Legends, so I want to keep my daily stuff to a very easy minimum. Especially with the Final Fantasy XI collab on Wizardry this week as well. It's a very, very, very busy week. So we want to keep our chores on here to a minimum. We already have quite a lot of chores. All of the Revens clears take a long time. Thankfully, they can really be done like while being AFK or, you know, tempted, but it still takes up a lot of time. It'll be really nice once we've got the Revan stuff sorted for the CAT weapons. Not having to do Mugen and Cosmos every day. Like, oh my word. Both of them are grim. Both of them are really grim. Like, they often go to timer or near to timer. tie you up for so long. Of course, we still have our boatload of Siete or CF1 to do. But that's like the last thing. The very last thing. So we're closing in on it. I'll be doing a lot of grinding on the side while we're playing EQ Legends. Finish off our Mastery Trials, do our Dark Grid at the very least. Then probably... Oh, then we can just do whatever Relic Shard farming we gotta do as well. That is all very like side monitorable, or in this case like just on my phone while I'm playing something else. I don't think we should have any issues with any of that. Oh. Thought that could happen. I was like, wait, what's the hold-up? We have 2 side stories left. I left the ones that I actually really wanted to pay some attention to. We have A Mercenary's Life and No Rain, No Rainbow. Churning through the sea of Summer and Divine General's side stories was not pleasant. And Rabomi as well. It's really, truly the dregs of side stories. 1 tab with 5 pages, nice. I tried reading through some of the Summer stuff, the Divine General stuff, it was not happening. I don't know who that shit is meant to appeal to. I don't know if it's like very popular. I guess it's very popular with Japanese players. It's grim. Like, it's all so grim. Hello, Britsik. How are you? For boxing event, we'll probably do like, we'll farm up like 1,000 tokens and then just burn them all. So we'll have that to do tomorrow as well. And that'll like get us 20 boxes and then a few more. I don't think I'm gonna like overgrind it. I think there's about a 99.99999999999% chance that I skip the Summer side story. I just can't see it happening. I haven't seen a single summer side story that's even like vaguely bearable. I've read through a few of them like in completeness, but none of those, even that I read all the way through, like they did absolutely nothing for me. I was just like, I just couldn't wait for them to be over. Even the one with Fundoki Trio couldn't save it. And the fact that this one's called, wait, what's it called again? Foxtail Summer. It's not boding well. Hi, Jam Man. Foxtail Summer. Heavens above. Foxtails, woo. Every day like and red and ducktails, woo. Tales of daring you found in ducktails. Boom, 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 boom. Did it, the danger, look me. Who's behind you? There's a stranger out to find you. What to do, just grab onto some ducktails. One of Disney's finest. It's not for Fox, it's just for his tail. I think Pro Egg got a hold of him. I imagine that's not the only creamy white fluid Fox would apply for AP. What did I do to farm out the million Ideans you needed to 5-star characters? I just fucking sat there and ground them. That's it. There's absolutely no secret. Sat there and smashed my head against either Mundus or Swords, depending on what I was doing. In fact, I took it kind of slowly, because I ended up doing the Militus bosses for mad rank points, which is obviously a lot slower than just like farming the thing. I did Mundus 3 cost and then killed the Militus. That is not efficient, so if you want them quickly, don't do that. It's very, very rank point heavy. Which is why we got 40 ranks out of last Arcarum. I wish we'd been able to farm more Militus, honestly. We ran out of time, like farming the Militus. Because we weren't getting the Ideans fast enough. But I would have farmed it out the whole time. It's so good for rank. Militus is Mundus Defenders. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't advise you do that. If you're looking for specific Ideans, I would definitely do Swords. If you're looking for a selection of Ideans and you need all of the Ideans from like 3 different types, 3 different evokers, then Mundus might be better. then yeah, maybe it's worth farming Mundus for you then. When I actually wanted to grind it out and I wanted to finish Kime because I didn't know what was coming exactly, I just went to swords, and that was so quick, like relatively. The specific mob that drops the correct Idean. I don't remember. I can't recall the name. Sorry, you'll have to look it up. It is not Vohomana, no. I can tell you that much. Yep, that's the one, Tainted Hellmaiden. I don't know who Vohomana is. Hi, Fox. How's it going? You are up early? Question mark. Ah, the Xenoboshi fight sword, sure. You're talking about your summer vacation, your foxtail summer. Is this your usual time? Yes. It's like 5:20 over in the mountains. It's a perfectly normal time to be awake. Oh my god. So annoying. The Tetris of furniture in this room. I don't think that is the quote, Fox. I'm not sure. It's close, I think. JRR Foxian. I don't even remember that one. We're banging booze with this one. That must have been a spelling mistake or something, right? I have no idea what as I was even saying that. ZZZ. You say so. What's up, Chi? Why are we crying like that? Monster Memories. I know the opening riff of that's the Monster Memories song we have in the playlist. I can't wait to listen to this track a million times in the game. My quest to grind out enough silver sword shards and axe shards. I have enough martial mastery books to 4-star my fighter origin when I get there. Just gotta work on other books. Good. Congrats. I'm also in the same process. Somehow in the last Guild War, I managed to get exactly enough for the Sunstone and the Heaven's Wake Sphere, so we still got the Heaven's Wake Sphere to claim for Fighter Origin, which is pretty sweet. You should really grab the Sunstone, German. Probably. I guess, like, because the Sunstone doesn't carry over, right? Probably. Very, very, very tough turning down a Sunstone. What is EverQuest Legends about? Probably won't be away for release. What should you play tomorrow? EverQuest Legends is EverQuest. It is just straight up EverQuest. It is like a kind of classic plus version of it. Very, very heavily modified by some of the biggest experts who've ever played with the engine. You get to play as 3 classes at once, and the game is meant to be solo focused, in that you are meant to be able to like grind your way up through redesigned content and take on all of the raid bosses in the game by yourself. It's actually really, really cool, really well put together from what I've seen. I'm quite excited to play it. They have a long release schedule for it planned. It's probably the biggest actual release in the like old school MMO, like that kind of scene for a long time. And it's like they have a surprising number of people interested in it. So much the servers, I'm pretty sure, are going to explode tonight. So you're probably not missing anything tonight, Cyril. I don't even know if I'll be able to play it tonight. I think the servers are going to absolutely blow up. They even said themselves in an announcement to manage expectations because they can't like increase the server capacity, and they're pretty sure it's gonna absolutely blow up like on the release day. But do not be too worried because it will calm down over the first couple of days. And if it doesn't, then they will extend the server space. But you know, servers are expensive. Manage expectations indeed. The other night I was looking around the backyard with a flashlight and checking the roof eaves for something. I think it was wasp nests or something. Got kind of spooked with the neighborhood's stray cat just chilling on the 2x4 that runs all across our gut wooden fence. Our neighbors. Oh, dude, like, there is... I have been creeps out before, at night, with a torch where I'm looking for something in the back garden. This is before we had it caged over. And I shone the torch up onto the wall at the back, and there was just this pair of fucking eyes from a black cat, like, looking down at me, and I was like, oh! I remember that really vividly. See, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's very scary when you like can't see anything, and then you shine up and there's just two eyes looking back at you. You're like, oh shit, that's that's fucked. It only takes a moment to obviously realize that it's a cat, but that one moment is enough to just shit you right up. Ah, so that's where the box cat stays at night. Yeah, possums and a skunk. Yeah, I can imagine. It's just odd, isn't it? If you're not expecting that sort of thing, like it can really shake you up. Especially if you're like a little bit sleepy. So with EverQuest Legends, I really want to be able to get... It's got like a weekly lockout on raids, right? I really would like to be able to get into the at least the early raids before the lockout, which is basically a week. That's one of the reasons I'll be on it very heavily over the next week. Give it a go, Radiash. You might really like it. Yes, I believe you can. I believe you can. That is the website. Are you farming the raid? Yes. I'm gonna clear out the shop. I don't want too many things stacking up because we're gonna have boxing event tomorrow as well, and obviously we're gonna need to at least 20 box that. I think the raid doesn't give the right mats to the shop, are you sure? Oh, it doesn't give the other mat, I see. Okay, have a look in a second. Fuck. Yeah, we probably need to farm the other thing for whatever the fuck this is. Don't forget the stickers. Love a good sticker. Please, sir. Ah, yeah, so we do need a bunch of the other mat as well. Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know on that one. I was not aware of that. So I guess we have to farm the wave quest? Is that where this shit comes from? Oh, maybe we get it from this, actually. We probably get loads of it from this, right? Which we were popping through the other thing. We one-shot this? We probably do with that. I guess it doesn't really matter. We only need to do it a couple of times. Is that? What's the other? Wait, what does the other currency look like? Oh yeah, we were getting those from that. I think we got quite a big chunk of those. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Yoriichi seems really strong. My light still sucks, but like it sucks less. It sucks considerably less. I hope I uncapped all of these. I'm pretty sure I did. I did. Well done, me. You're running Nobio. Yeah, I run Nobio as well. With the Scorpion Bounty on the... Where's the Scorpion Bounty on the curse wheel? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. Hey Marsh. How you, dude? Oh, we got our Zangetsus at the very least. We even need to combine these. Wait, do we already have everything done? Oh, yeah, we have them all done. Cool. Oh, I see, I see. I'm with you. We don't need to worry about the rest of these completions. They don't do anything. Cool. So we don't really need to buy this shit. Need this. Need a lot more of these first thingies. So what is the best way to farm those? Is that gonna be the... I have no idea, Jammer. No idea at all. I think we probably have loads of these, so... Yeah, absolutely no idea, sorry. Reminds me of ESO with the class merging. I don't really know much about modern ESO, sorry. combine skill trees with the classes. I see. So EQ Legends is, there was a server called, I think it was called The Hero's Journey, and it was super popular as a private server. And Daybreak Games actually like shut it down because it was performing so well. It was like taking players away from their player base, and I think that is why they have endorsed the creation of this. Because it's basically a private server, but it's completely like officially endorsed by Daybreak and monetized by Daybreak. Yeah, you'll get a few of those, Jamman. I don't know which of these is going to be best to farm. Yeah, sort of similar, Jamman. Yeah, I guess it's this. Nothing's like someone correcting your grammar whilst using incorrect grammar themselves. Yeah, I've seen that more than a few times. There's not really any need to correct someone's grammar if you... Like, there's never really any need to correct someone's grammar, but like, if you can understand what people are saying, you shouldn't even really flag it up. It's pointless. The only issue I have is when I can't tell what someone is saying. A lot of the harder content in vanilla was hard because your internet connection was so fucking shit. You were probably fighting lag more than the boss. There wasn't info. It's the lack of info. It isn't anything to do with the internet connection. It's the lack of info. The game is now solved. You can't really go back. There's no remake of classic like the. It's the whole bottle lightning thing, isn't it? The lightning is absolutely out of the bottle. You can't put it back in. No matter how hard you try, you're never going to be able to reignite that nostalgia, not properly, because the experience won't be the same. A lot of people had dial-up. Yeah, and dial-up could play the game perfectly fine. Just occasionally had some bad hiccups, right? This for Snowman. The Bigfoot. Yeah, he's hard. The bosses in Abyss 4 are hard. They punish you for DPSing too recklessly. I quite like the boss design of Abyss 4 bosses. They did a really good job with them. The super content that they've brought out since, not so great. Are there any summons from side stories you want to hold on to, or are they all quartz fodder? there are definitely some that you might want to hold on to. Look for their unique effects. Like, for instance, Magus is something that gets used occasionally in Light. It has an increase to charge bar gain on it. I don't know. Follow the instructions on the website, I guess, really? Yes? I'm not sure, mate. Sorry. I didn't have any problems just getting the launcher and it downloaded the game. Hi, Leonard. How are you? Hey, not luck. Here on the GBF Wiki Discord, everyone is losing their minds. How come? You have to wait till it comes out. Oh, okay. Maybe because it's so close? I'm not sure. Oh, that was the second boss. Whoops. It's on the sandbox mines. 2 uncaps left on the weapon. You've really blue-balled me here, Leonard, because you were like, everyone's losing their minds, and I asked what's going on, and you just ghosted me. Still on the sandbox mines. 2 uncaps left on the weapon. Sure. Good luck. Ah. Yeah, this is tough, is it? That's right, not luck, but I wouldn't stay up for it. I think the servers are going to be blasted. So I think you will only be disappointed if you stay up for it. Probably just play it tomorrow. I'll be happy if I can play like 10 minutes of it uninterrupted later. Not going to get us very far. This is very annoying to farm. Cabs are stupid. Definitely snap up those Damascus crystals. God knows we need about 1 million of those. What's a character uncap set? I very much doubt that is worth it. I don't think any of these are going to be worth it. We obviously want the half elixirs. That's probably the biggest chunk. And yeah, we probably want these as well. It's a lot of berries. Don't need these. We want this. Top treasure set. Don't think we really care about those. Don't need elemental crystals. I don't think we need those. I don't think we need any of that. Grab the steel bricks. I don't think the class points are really necessary at this point. We would want these as well, for sure. So we grind out like 1,000 of these or something, and then come back. Not like I would very much recommend as a starting character make an Ixar, and the reason behind that is just it will be a much easier learning experience for you because they have a new town set up for it. I think you could also do a Keren. They've just implemented the Kerens. You could do that too. But I certainly know that Ixars have everything in one place. It's much easier to learn where everything is. Try the other one, see if it gives more or less. Basically, Ixars never existed in classic EQ. They were brought in the first expansion, Ruins of Kunark. And because of that, since we are on the classic version of the game where we've only got classic landmarks, they made a new town for it, a new city for it, and it's a much modernized city, a much modernized area, where it just has everything all in one place. So you can just like grab all of your spells for all of the different characters, all of the different classes. You can get all of your reagents. You don't have to like walk around searching the labyrinthine cities, looking for them. But by all means, try something else. Due to the nature of the server, if you really like one of the other races, you can unlock the races later and just change your race to it. Like you can do quests to change your race, change your class, change your deity. Ixars are also the best race because they have scaly armor and they have like increased AC and regeneration. So it's pretty win-win. How about you grind this? I'd rather not. Not at the moment. Thanks, Sick Episode. Thanks for the kind offer. How are you? The UI, I don't think... So weirdly enough, because this is like modern EQ, the UI is actually more modern than Monsters and Memories, which is a bit weird. But there's stuff like floating combat text and stuff in this version, and like more health bars, loot filters. There's a lot of like modernized quality of life stuff. Cool, Capital. Oh, this is only two mobs. I didn't realize that. Maybe this is quicker? What kind of gains are we looking at here? Oh yeah, this probably works better. So what do you got planned for the day? If work is chilled. You back go this? No. Relaxing. Ah, cool. Enjoy your relaxation. Not that you are asking me, but I plan to make a storm or two. What? A storm or two? I don't understand. Are you a god of thunder? Are you Zeus? Don't understand. How well am I? I'm kind of annoyed that the collab is on this week of all weeks. That they haven't released any content in the last 6 months, and the 1 week they do is the 1 week I have something else to play. Mythic Thought, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm really sorry, man. You've lost me. It's gone so far over my head. So yeah, like, I'm sure I'll enjoy it and whatnot, but it's just really fucking annoying. Of all the fucking weeks, the 1 week where I really wanted to do something else, where I really didn't want Wizardry to launch anything. Figure of speech is a word or phrase. Oh my god, please don't explain to me what a figure of speech is. I know what a figure of speech is. I just don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about, because you sound like a fucking lunatic. Absolute insanity. The hell is going on over there? I know what several things are, including metaphors and similes and allegories. I know some things. Oh, Jesus, man. Sometimes I wonder. You could do Gabizor. It's all natural, baby. All natural, Mythic Foot. Impressive. I really didn't need to know. Oh, it doesn't matter. We got away with it. I don't know how we got away with backing there. Kinda not like it's tricky because obviously Iki's very old, so like this version of Classic is very, very, very different to the original one. Even if you strip away all of the Legends stuff, there's been a lot of quality of life updates and whatnot to the mobs, to the areas, the XP, all of that stuff. And on top of that, you have out of era. You have some out of era content that's within those zones, and then you have all the Legend stuff on top, and all of the custom changes they've made as well. So there's a lot of, it's very, very different to like the original kind of experience. Yeah, it looks well put together. You received the "That's what Claude said" explanation IRL yesterday. Wow. When asking for the source of some information. Oh my dear God, man. I mean, it does get increasingly hard every day, like trying to find information on Google which is not AI generated. Because obviously not only is the summary AI generated, but a bunch of the articles that cover the topic then regurgitate the AI summaries, leading to entire pages of AI slop in regards to basically anything you ask Google. Which is fine if AI got it right. Not so much if it didn't. I don't think we're talking about what you typed anymore, Mythica. Claude is another LLM, different LLM. Claude, I would say, Claude, I would say, is better at conversation. It has better conversational models than ChatGPT. It's a better conversational model than ChatGPT. It's got more like flair, what it's saying. That's good, Mythic, I'm glad you're not grumpy. Trying to find an information about game mechanics and such has become, it's very hard nowadays. You have to sift through a lot of shit to find what you're looking for. Hi Zazine, how's it going? I'm not sure if this is quicker than the 3. Let me try the 3 again. Does these, like, this has 2 bosses. I guess like the second boss you skip. It's annoying that the first boss like has that ridiculous animation. Little scumbag. That death animation. I don't think you really get much more of the grey token from this, from the 3 wave. It costs more AP. You get more of the yellow token. Also, I don't think we can we semi this? You've run out of artifact space. Oh god. I'm not looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. That's something I dread. Okay, that is fine. We get very, very, very slightly more of this. I don't think that's worth. I think we're better off on the 2. Cost less AP. We just don't need that many yellow tokens. Only this bone dragon, this bono dragon, didn't have such a long death animation. Darn bono dragon. I'm not anywhere near yet. We have about 900 artifacts out of 1500. We're safe for now. I think there's a very good chance that if I hit the inventory cap, I'm just purging everything I don't have equipped. I think it's very, very likely. That's just the way she goes. Just not about that life, you know? Inventory management. Much hated thing for me. Can't stand it. They're quite rare, penguins. There's a reason for that. Boom, 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 boom. 8, 4, 6. P, S, X, X, S, 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 I think. I love it when captures have the fucking letters covered in bullshit. Do you know the Snow Beastfolk 4 fur armor is sure dropped from the Snowman? I don't think so, Mythic Foot. Hi, little Lariat. How are you? Congratulations. Wonder what Limbus is going to fill its time with. Up until Canto 10 now. Limbus, Limbus. Limbus, Limbus. I don't know if I can be bothered to buy the summon and stuff since we don't actually need to max them. All I'm going to do is break them down for quartz anyway. I don't think we need wind quartz. How much wind quartz we pack in? We got 5,000 wind quartz and we have nothing to make, so really, I'm not there for it. Still have all of the side story wind summons if we want to. So I don't think grinding that out is the one. What's up on the agenda today? We are grinding out collab treasure, then M3 grid, then EverQuest Legends launch. You excited for it, Lilaria? They're good, yeah, me too. do that every morning when I get up. You do what? Sorry, Mythic Foot? I've missed the context. Ah, I see, I see. Looks like a big Moromens player. Not sure you saw this, which I posted. So this when I posted this. How interested you are in historical things? Not particularly. When reading the Wikipedia page of William Marshall, 1st Earl of Pembroke, because his name showed up in one of my mangas, and I was like, I know this manga too well to not assume they're making reference to a real person. He has a long and impressive history. I don't really know that much about the Earl of Pembroke. I don't know. Sometimes I'm interested in history. Most of the time, not. Person you want is Fugger11, Alex. He's a big history buff. He knows everything about everything. Moromens is a Lovecraftian gacha game. Like a kind of card game, sort of. Kinda. We'll get to like 670. Problem with history, mate, is it's so stuck in the past. Pretty much name a gacha and I'll show you some bad power creep. There aren't that many. Yuck. Yuck indeed. I'm yucking right now. Yuck. Yuck. It's understandable, Mythic, but probably for the best. I wouldn't advise gacha to anyone. Is this stage more efficient than the last stage? I think it is, personally. Yeah. It's 10 less AP and you get much more than 75% of the silver thingies. And it's only 2 enemies, so it's time saving as well. What's Stormfall? Genshin at home, nah. Don't. Okay, good to know, mate. I see, I see, I see. No gems, no skip button. Oh. It's a tough life. All of the things that make a game great, it doesn't have any of them. Sounds a lot like me, Lenore. The most criminal no-skip game for me is still Another Eden. It blows my mind that they think that it's okay to not have a skip button in that game. Thinking about it makes me angry. That sounds mighty tempting, Lenore. Download Genshin Impact today. What comes next after the Archons? The Escons? The T-cons. Indeed. Gotta get through the S-cons first. Actually, we like S-cons as well, because we like scones. Depending on your pronunciation. Pronunciation pertaining. Wait. Did I just not swap you out? Enjoy your Ascended Mastery, I guess. You've got no aircon there, rough. Hope it's not too hot. No air. Not overweight people either. Okay. $50. Is that Fahrenheit or Celsius? Probably Fahrenheit. I think you're American, right? That is quite cold. Enjoy, Cyril. You got it, brother. Enjoy. Okay. Definitely grab that. I don't really know if we need steel bricks anymore, but I think probably should grab that. So what do we get that's left? I don't think we give a shit about this. We don't care about these. We don't care about this. I think we get the soul berries. That's what, 400. I don't think we need these. Don't need opinions, that's for sure. I don't think we care about the class points anymore. So 400 plus whatever we need here. 520. 520. 670. I think that's it. I think we're done. 670 and we're done. Oh, they've shipped my Lana plushie. You guys remember the Lana? The Lana plushie? I forgot this was a thing. I actually completely forgot this existed. I was like, what is this order confirmation from? Is this a scam? Oh. Yeah, they seem quite high quality. Duct tape it to the front of my mic. Could do. I considered fixing her to the mic stand. I don't think it would. Actually, I think that would be pretty problematic. Don't know. Might be able to figure something out. Maybe that's a good idea, Doc Chaos. Game? Yeah, we've had some issues. We're removing Pete. I don't know what amoeb is. I hate the multi-wave battles. There's just so much muscle memory to skip in this game. What game? This game. The one that I'm playing. That was the first boss I should not have skipped. First one. So hard to remember when he's all flashy and boss-like. He bats his eyes. I really don't get it, Mythic Foot. I'm sorry. Good try. I don't know about that. That's great. I just don't understand the joke. I'm sorry. That is why you have the channel correct. What? Why? I don't understand. Got a tame? No. Channel so I can play games. And maybe meet some cool people. Chat with them. Fuck entertaining people. Bunch of cunts. Hey, Ibiza. What's up, man? I'm bot engaging right now. You think that Mythic Foot is a bot? I don't think Mythic Foot is a bot. He's a bot. I was there. You were where? Like when he was made. In the phone booth with me. I guess so. Mythic Foot says that he doesn't drink, but I haven't heard anything about the use of mind altering effects, you know? I'm assuming there's a little bit of something going on over there. Either prescription or not. No pills. Good. As long as you're happy, Mythic Foot. You're happy, I'm happy. A little bit of the old wacky backy. Allergy meds. Yeah, I probably need those. Allergies get worse as I get older. So 500 and pop our thingies. Presumably only in the states where it's legal, Mythic Foot. You can edit the screen. Yeah, you can, Hayabusa. You can fuck around with it a lot. They obviously are trying to push that like vertical mode quite a lot. They seem to have put a lot of time into making that a thing. And they now seem to want to make everyone use it. I don't know. Sketch to yourself to some outside gacha creators do ring real life IRL, and most of them use this feature and love it. Yeah, I think it's very common. I've spoken to quite a lot of people now, and most people seem to like the vertical mode. Not all though. Some people seem to absolutely hate it. We probably don't really need to do one more. Oh well. Thing is, I think most people who are watching on mobile don't really give a shit about functionality. They just want it to look nice. They're not trying to get down and dirty with Twitch chat. They are... I mean, they just want it to be TikTok, basically. Of course, Mythic, but... I'm already big enough, mate. You can't make me any bigger. It's not really even possible. I'm gonna have a nightmare trying to change this back in a second. Okay. Hello. Yep, that's what I thought. Like, Control Z doesn't work so well with the vertical mode, unfortunately. Okay, sorry guys. So I have to like manually edit it. Dear God, please. Please. Oh God. See, this is what happens, it all goes to shit. Hold on, bear with me. Please be the right one. Okay. Okay, there we go, I sorted it. Yeah, they haven't quite ironed out all the kinks with OBS yet. On the vertical mode. It doesn't respond too well to you doing things. Like to trying to edit it midstream. But I think they're working on it. If I can put myself back in here. Actually, now is not a good time. Actually, now is the worst time. How did you know? How did you know that it was the worst time? How did you know? How do I disable auto on the text? I have no idea what you're talking about, Dragashi. All goes to shit, yeah. All goes to shit is definitely an oft-used one. Right, what do we want to do with the rest of the ship? Want to buy anything? Last points, I guess? I don't think we want anything else here. We don't care about this. Don't care about these. Let's say mega anima. I don't think we need. Like that's not M3 anima, is it? It's just like completely fucking worthless. It's garbage. I don't think there's anything here that we want. How do I disable auto on the text? Oh man, it's in the settings. Are you on the Steam version? I can't really show you too well on here without fucking around with the settings. It's on the settings somewhere, but the settings menu is one of the most unholy places in this game for finding anything. Do you think the Poisonberry skill in Wizardry is going to get a power reduction at some point? No, it's absolutely garbage. Nobody uses it except for you, Mythic Foot. So I think you're probably alright. You're on browser, okay. Yeah, your layout will be somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, Mythic Foot. It gets to a point where it really is. Nah, you're getting there. I'm glad you made it work. I'm glad you've been making it work. Yeah, it requires a lot of setup and doesn't have a great payoff. Also, most bosses are immune to poison. That one just happens to be poisonable. That Bigfoot is usually taken care of by people sleeping it or berserking it. Or even freezing it. By people just coming in. Hello, Cookie. But you're safe on Poisonberry, don't worry. Right, I think we're done here. Yeah, I think we're done here. Back to M3 gridding. M3 gridding. I don't know, man. We're gridding it out. We're gridding it up. We're gridding it out. Oh, baby, we're gridding it. Oh, shit, I need to hit auto. Love to grid it in and out. Hello, Pookie. Chili's been very cute. She's rolling around on the bed. I think it's cool though, Mythic Foot, that you're obviously like making your way through the game. Making my way downtown. Making your way through the game. Like doing your own thing. And I like that. That's what I like the most about Wizardry, that you can just play your own way and it's absolutely fine. Why have we got a fucking Tiamat? Why have we got a Tiamat? Why on earth would we have a Tiamat? This is criminal. Saved a light team over one of my wind ones. This is the light team that I've been using for a million years. Oh, maybe. Yeah, no. You're probably no. We used this all of last night. We used this light team all of last night to farm this. There's no reason that it would have a Tiamat attached to it. I don't really understand. Abyss 4 is the best thing in the game, in my opinion. It's their best content, like quite a long way. Abyss 4 crashes your game. Sucks to suck, breadstick. Suck, mate. Okay, what is going on here? Why? Is it because there isn't a Lucifer? That must be it. We have a Tiamat on there. There's no Lucifer in the pool. Except for this one. Right fucking here. Hello? In case of changing Yeka with healer, I would recommend that. The gap between Yekaterina and Camille is so massive, it's crazy. Yekaterina is honestly not very good, and Camille is like the best character in the game. So if you're struggling or you want to be stronger, changing to Camille is definitely it. It would be more of a challenge to keep Yekaterina than it would be to change to Camille. I see Mythic Foot. Also get my D up. Oh, discipline. She is better at Discipline 0 than Yekaterina is at Discipline 9. Stacked out. Like, Yekaterina is... I mean, Healer's just bonkers. Healer's just absolutely insane. The class is cracked beyond belief. So good for progression stuff. Less. We got a Celeste. Yeah, Yoruichi is really cracked. Yeah, it's crazy that she's a free unit. Yoruichi is extremely cracked. Now my light sucks. It still sucks now, but it sucks a lot less than it did. Pretty Cat is one of your first adventurers. She's strong because you have so many inherits in her. Personally, I would rather use a inheritless D0 healer than a fully cracked out Yekaterina Mythic Foot by like a really long way as well. It's just incomparable. Like non-Shellarianak mage versus healer is just crazy incomparable. Yeah, Yekaterina is a mage base, right? Yeah, I know that. I get that, man. Yeah, sure. Then we'll say a non-Alice priest versus a healer is... The gap is unimaginable. Same thing. Hell, I think like healer is probably more powerful for general content than Alice is, which is really saying something because Alice is cracked. Obviously, you ideally want both. But like the important thing is that you have fun, really. Like I don't use healer, I don't use Shio, and I don't use using Amiki because I don't want to use them. Like I feel like they make the game less fun. So if you enjoy using Yeka, I just keep using her. It's definitely not going to make the game harder switching to healer. Like it's not more of a challenge to switch to healer just because you're a general adventurer. Amiki? Hell yeah. Yeah, that's why I was saying it, Mythic Foot, because you sounded like you wanted to be, you felt like you wanted the challenge, like. So I would stick with your Katarina. Like just because she's inherited up, it just doesn't change the fact that healer's kit is like so unbelievably bonkers. it's kind of sad. Like it kind of makes the game a bit shitty. It really over facilitates the content, a lot of the content, like being able to ignore status effects almost entirely, plus all of the reactive healing. It kind of just gets around all of the nasty stuff in the game. Hey Twishry, thank you, man. 15 months. It's very kind of you. How are you doing today? What are you up to? Did you have your gacha chores? What are you talking about? Your gacha blessings. You are blessed by your gachas. You're given the good grace by your gachas to be able to complete tasks for amazing rewards. Yeah, Mythic Foot, it's a combination of the basically like debuff immunity for an entire team, easy debuff cure if the ailments do actually get through somehow. Plus, on top of that, like, line reactive healing is bonkers. And any turn where you... Like, with Priest, any turn where you don't have healing to do, you can't contribute to healing. But with Healer, you have two separate ways of doing very powerful healing even before someone's hurt. It's just so powerful to be able to like just be like, hey, I've just reactive healing this entire line. Like, they weren't hurt and now they're kind of set up going into next turn. And even beyond that, you can then start putting HP shields on people. It's just so bonkers. Like, in terms of healing, it's just incredible. Yeah, plus like the life binding, I don't think that comes into play that much, but it's nice to have it as an option. It is. It's they just have incredibly good action economy. It's kind of the same reason why Alice is so powerful compared to other priests, because her action economy is so strong. If they ever give Alice healer or something as a third class, dear God, dear sweet Jesus. Priest only can just Madios or Dios Align or Ladimophis if you have it at 7 to at a very high cost heal an entire party. Beyond that, you don't have any more options for healing. You can maybe decrease the amount of damage the mob deals with Balafios, or you can maybe increase your line's defense with Makautu. But that isn't really like putting a reactive healing up on someone. Yeah, healer's really crazy for progressive content. It's ultra OP. Or anything where you are struggling. Any kind of hard content. Yeah, it's all good. Play with what you like, really. That's the most important thing. Not balanced like Yuzu and a weapon. Yeah, and Shio as well. Shio, Yuzu, and Healer are like by far the most broken things in the game. Like, unbelievably, Alice is actually not really up there. But Alice is incredible all the same. Shio's fine and needs a buff. No. No. I imagine Shio must be very difficult for them to design encounters around. At their balance meetings, they're probably like, right guys, so we've made an invincible DPS. How are we making sure that this boss can deal with that? Sorry, an invincible DPS who protects their entire team. Like a knight, but better. Yeah, they now have to be able to deal with like the stacked up Shios in any way. They have to make the mobs do some really bad shit. And like now that healer is a thing on top of that, you can protect Shio from debuffs very easily, which was one of their ways of dealing with her. So now if they want to go the debuff route to stop Shio in a fight, they're gonna have to make it spam so many debuffs. Yoizo, he's a samurai, which means that he's very powerful with, you know, when he's kitted out, when he's well geared. But unfortunately, Shio exists, so his existence is pretty much pointless. I don't think his signature abilities really lend that much to samurai. Unfortunately, there are a few classes that are a bit like that. Like, there's no point to priests other than Alice. There's no point to mages other than Shelly. There's no real point to samurai other than Shio. I guess kind of Yarumas. Yarumas alright. Gonna make him a mage. Yoizo. He doesn't have a mage class change, does he? They haven't done Yoizo's class change yet, have they? Yarumas is kind of interesting as a samurai. He's obviously no Shio, but like you can do some cool things with him. You can actually play him back row, even, if you want to. It's the only samurai that you can feasibly play back row. Just need Levana's inherit. Yeah, I could see it being mage, probably. Who knows? Shio needs a buff. Shio doesn't need a buff. Yes, she can. I've seen people back row Shio. I've seen people back row Shio just to use her as a decoy, basically using her as a knight. And they just back row her to make her even harder to deal with. They don't need her damage. So you're saying that... Sorry, Tweshry, you're saying that you only don't do that because you've got better options. So the only reason you don't back row her is because you've got better options. I think the issue is Iarumas already exists. Like Iarumas already kind of does the whole mage samurai thing, Mythic Foot. So it'd be really hard. Like he'd just be unable to compete with that. Yuzu is just damage at the end of the day. Like Yuzu doesn't really... Yuzu messes up a few lower level encounters because she charms bosses. But, like, by and large, she just does a lot of damage. He's also nowhere near as effective in multi-target fights as focused damage dealers. They have one of those. Ah, I see Mythic Foot. I'm sure they'll rerun Blade and Burst and stuff again. Have they locked in Ninja? Yeah. A lot of the Japanese parties I see are literally just samurai and ninjas. With a healer. And or a priest. And or Alice. I don't remember that at all, Tweshry. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was a thing. Rene was great ever since her release, and then Yuzi came out and like replaced her. Shio was great ever since her release. Ninja was dog shit. I don't think Ninja was ever dog shit. When was Ninja dog shit? It wasn't when it first came out until the end of Abyss 3. It wasn't in Abyss 4 because they had shedding. At what point was Ninja dog shit? They were bad when they released? No, they weren't. Because you couldn't get kunais for them. Maybe. Even then, people were running them with daggers and just throwing with them. They were already broken straight away. Like the powerful players picked them up and immediately broke them. After the one-handed nerf. Ah. The short period after. Yep, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. The short period between the two-handed nerf and the one-handed nerf and Yuzu coming out. That's reasonable. Yep, that they were actually bad at that point. You are absolutely right. Yeah, until Yuzu came out. But yeah, you are absolutely correct. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I mean there was no real reason to use two-handers. There's no real reason to use one-handers at that point. And like your only one-handed option as a ninja was Raven Dagger. And that meant you had to use Covert Strike to really hit hard, and Covert Strike's just janky. I don't know how long that was before Yuzu came out. But yeah, they were not that great. Ninjato seems to be the go-to for frontline ninja now. I don't really see people using daggers. They do front row ninja. Oh, lovely. Covert Strike is just jank. Like Covert Strike is just a janky ability. You can use Astral Break. Like that's basically your one-handed move. If you use daggers on ninja, you use Astral Break. Which isn't like bad or anything. I think Raven Daggers for anyone if you have enough attack on them. Evasion Deborah almost certainly uses Dagger because uses Raven Dagger. I've only ever seen her with Raven Dagger. It's 'cause, well, I mean, if nothing else, you want the extra slot for more evasion. Yeah, I've seen some really cracked Debras. Some real bonkers shit. Evasion numbers that I really didn't think were possible. What is this conversation? It's a collection of words which we are exchanging, myself vocally, whereas many chatters are using text. How high evasion? I've seen over 500. I've seen 531. I think that's the highest I've seen. I mean, 484 is pretty bonkers, but yeah, 531 I think is the highest I've seen. I'm sure there's higher out there. I've seen Deborah, Kagero, Savia frontline as well. With 400 plus evasion. And they're literally untouchable while also dealing like immense damage. This is without shedding on, because obviously you can't view in battle stats. Yes, base evasion is that high, Mythicfoot. That is the level that people get to in this game, particularly the very high-end Japanese whales. They just kill the mages. Especially, they just kill them. Like, if the only enemies that can hit you are mages, then you can drop everything to kill the mages. Because everything else doesn't do any damage to you. And you still hit like a train because of their evasion scaling. Yeah, the gap between us and those players is just, it's not really feasible to close. Yeah, there's no need to do surety on the evasion scalers. Like, it's a waste of, like, sure, evasion just does too much. For those characters. Surety's only really good if you're willing to alter to surety on your gear, right? Because, like, the second you don't alter to surety on your gear, you don't get your surety high enough for it to matter as a lot of surety evasion. It's just gonna make it so you don't crit anyway. And naturally, with those characters, you are always altering to evasion. You'd be mad not to alter to evasion. So there's not really that much point to surety. I'm great string. Thanks. Am I complete or am I still just a theory? Awkward pipe. Yoraichi. Yeah, Yoraichi was free. That's who you're talking about for him. Whatever works for you is fine, Mythic Foot. As long as you're enjoying yourself. Is she good? She's actually really cracked, yeah, for him. She's like one of the best, if not the best free unit they've ever released. Like with collabs. She's really, really cracked. On the event to get the material, you get her for free just by completing the event. People use free stuff, yeah, sometimes, Toshri. There's no gating on her at all. You just complete the event and you get her, and there's nothing you need to do to like max her out or anything. You can just max her out with regular mats. Yeah, you just skip through. Hell yeah, Akiben. Oh yeah, mate. Speaking of skip life, over the last week I have skipped basically all the side stories that I had left because they're all absolutely awful. I've suffered through Rabomi and Divine Generals and Summer Stories, just the dregs of the side stories that we had left. Oh. Must have gone through about 15 of them. It's horrendous. I tried each one. I tried like reading each one and I barely made it in. True, Twitchery. I did campaign exclusive last night. Yeah, it's meant to be really good with her. The illustrious weapon is really good with her as well, because it immediately thunderstrucks the mob. So she immediately gets her echo like right off the rip. Hey Captain Zero, how are you? It's been a little while. Thank you for raiding. That's super nice of you. I hope you guys had a great stream. What were you doing? Ah, oh, Narceyes is here as well. How are you, dude? Hi, Colin. Hey, new raid. Oh yeah, of course. The new Odious raid is out, isn't it? It's meant to be hard. Yeah, Narceyes. Hey, Deramo. Have you been? Yeah, you're right, Narceyes. It's an odious raid, Mythic Foot. Always have a high ceiling where people cook. I see. Yeah, odious. That's right. So there's how can I explain this? So in this game, there are 3 types of grid that you might use, which is how you lay out your equipment. It's a big part of your unit power, basically. One of them, first 2 are Omega and Optimus. They've been in the game for a very long time. The third one is Odious, and it's relatively new. And it's all about like trade-offs. So whenever you get a piece of Odious gear dropped, it has God, I can't think of the term, but it has like a negative. It has a malus on it, and you have to farm it quite a lot to be able to get a malus, which is nowhere near as befoulment. That's what it's called, right? Befoulment. That's nowhere near as damning. So it has very powerful effects, but it also has a detrimental effect on you for using it. And when you have a grid of these things, you have a bunch of detrimental effects. You have to really make sure that they aren't affecting you too badly. But I'm too much of a noob. I haven't touched that shit yet. Nor possibly ever will. Should be accessible setups in the day too. Same cycle every time. I see Captain Zero. I'm sure it's something people will work out, yeah. Yeah, my light team's absolutely awful. Captain Zero, it's so terrible. But Yoroichi makes it a lot better than it was. It's kind of crazy how good she is. As shocked by how powerful she is. If you have her synergies and stuff, I imagine she's really crazy, like the light summon from the gacha. I imagine she's really powerful. But my light is not really a thing. It's more of a thing than it was before, though. It has been less of a thing. The weapon is insane. Yeah, the weapon looks insane. No, I already have M3, Captain Zero. This is an M3 grid. Haven't seen Bellicult today, as far as I can remember, Narcos. I don't think Bellicult's been here today, as of yet. Yeah, he's definitely around because I see him flashing up on Steam. So he's doing something. Yeah, he's on Daphne right now. Snagged by the Shagters. Yeah, no worries, no worries. You should be so lucky, mate. Hey, mate, X Machine, how are you? I was very close to calling X Machine Sex Machine then, which is a much funnier name, to be honest. Who's ready for some EverQuest Legends? I'm gonna have so much fun. I don't think anyone else is, but I am. I'm not going to be free of Granblue though. I'm going to have to do a load of Granblue stuff on the side. Oh, I'm glad you're excited for a Mythic Book. There you go. Someone's looking forward to it. Thanks, Mythic Book. Thank God for you, brother. What year is it? The year is 1999. The world is good. For the most part. A few minor hiccups. We have about, what, half of the Origin books? Yeah, about half. Can't do these until we have done Dark Grid Grind and Earth Grid Grind though. Because we need the Anima to unlock the Origin classes. We need 30 Anima from each of the M3s. Yeah, the initial unlock. Because I still haven't done my Dark Grind. This is what I'm doing right now. And my Earth Grind. My Earth team is in shambles. We just haven't had any content that we've needed Earth for since I started playing. I bet people were in a blind panic, like farming M3 raids that they had discarded like a long time ago. Bunch of Rainbow Primal players that thought farming M3 was beneath them. That's tough. Got slapped in the face. That's pretty funny. You thought you could ignore a tier of gear? No, 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 no. Do my daily host stream rate up. So I didn't have that problem. Nice, smart. Our light is so much better than it was before Yoruichi. Like, if anything saves us, saves the light at all, it is Yoruichi. It's actually all on her. Love being zombified. One of my favourite things. Robertina's noises make me laugh. Like, she's partly there because she's one of the only characters that I have that actually has a backup effect. But also because she makes funny noises. It's the little things. Summer Mimlamel. Mimlamel is a ridiculous character. An absolutely ridiculous character. Right, I need to AFK just a second. I need to make sure the cats are alright. Sort of for their food and whatnot. I'll be right back. My apologies. Oh! Hey! Thanks, Theodora! My chair is very alluring. Can't blame anyone falling head over heels for that thing. I'll probably soon come to JJ. What? Let's go finish the first Code Geass episode. Oh, right. Okay. Yep. Never mind. I know we can't use Discord coins. Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, it's good to know. The YouTube videos are paying off. Yeah, the long form content that everyone needed. New Langrisser still looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, I think it looks fun. I have little drama over Langrisser See a Sword trailer. Several Morrowmen's fans are saying the first 10 seconds were copied from Morrowmen's trailers from 3 years ago. Okay, I couldn't give a shit. Like I don't know. Like, does it matter? I haven't seen any drama to do with it anyway. The game will probably be shit, but I'll give it a go. It doesn't have everything going against it right now. Like, it's made by a studio that has made those games before. Like, it's a subsidiary of Song Games, so eh. I can't be bothered with drama. Be fucking stupid. Burning Witches in Eden Village, yeah. You'll see a bit of that. I hope you're enjoying yourself, Mythic Foot. As long as you're having fun, mate. That's all that matters. I'm not sure any of these dark weapons actually exist. Until I'm shown conclusive evidence that they do exist, I shall not believe. We spent about, between today and yesterday, we spent probably about 3 hours on Celeste now, and we haven't seen a single M3 weapon drop. Rigged? It's probably the light team curse. Yeah, no. Mugen is a 30-minute ordeal every clear. I imagine the only time Mugen will actually pop is when it's like Fire Guild War. Maybe not even then, I don't know. Nobody wants to see Mugen. The drops aren't even particularly good for Mugen. What does it cost you? AP? Sorry, EP? Join it and time? EP is like a secondary stamina that you use when you join other people's raids, as opposed to making your own. Just to clarify. 10 endings, yeah, there are a lot of different endings to the Witch Hunt. Slap it. Or to get the light. I don't know. They've probably figured out how it works better than when I did it. When I did it, it was a real pain in the ass to get the light. No, actually, I think it ended up being that you just need to get an ending and then finish and then complete the abyss. I think, or something like that. It's been a long time since I looked at that, sorry. I remember there was a lot of like, when it came out, there was a lot of like discussion as to how exactly you got that light. And there were a lot of like conflicting reports, as there often are. Yeah, maybe Narcos, maybe that's it. What banner do I summon on if I want to reroll? You want the collab units, don't you, Dragayoshi? You're doing it. You're playing, or you're going in because of the Bleach collab. So probably the Bleach banner. Like, chances are you're only getting one character off that banner if you do want the Bleach characters. So I would pick whichever one you want the most. I don't know much about them. Yeah, you have to like pick your Abyss 2 and 3 clears to be the same, or it doesn't have to be 100%, but for some of them it does. I can't remember exactly. Yeah, that's understandable, Dragayoshi. Bleach character made popular by going completely nude in her ultimate form. I didn't really pick her. She's the free unit, just for the record. She also doesn't go completely nude here. She clearly still has clothes. Pretty like her clothing. I'm sure her clothing is very expensive, Narcos. Well, thank goodness we don't have to see her final form. Just when I thought Bleach was trash enough. Now that's thank goodness, otherwise it would be wank goodness, mate. I just need a little, whatever the wrong weapon is, whatever the bad weapon is, I just need one of them to prove that these exist. I like her like starting gear a lot more than her transform. Good luck, Mythic Foot. Be brave, sir. Some new monster art. We did get some new monsters for Abyss 4. I assume we probably will for Abyss 5. I don't know if we will for Final Fantasy collab. Have to wait and see. Hey Bellico! Which level is recommended for Abyss 2? I know people who've cleared Abyss 2 at level 20. So... you tell me. Yeah, it's just as high as you can. Congrats, Mythic Foot. Levels Abyss locked? No, levels are grade locked. Bellico. I assume by now you've probably done a grade trial to upgrade your level to 30. Grade locked. It used to be Abyss and grade locked. I think on Abyss 1, you have to go through the first clear, right? Before you can do the first grade trial. And I feel like you might have to go through the second clear before you can do the second grade trial. I think it's free. I think it's pretty loosey-goosey on 2. It's hard. I really wouldn't like to put my life on it though, Narcos, so you might be right. I'm definitely not concrete on it. I'm not as hard as a rock, you know? Yeah, I remember that for Abyss 1 for sure, like the not being able to challenge thing. I think that was only because it wasn't out though, Narcos, right? Because I think people now can get to 70 before they get to Abyss 4. I might be wrong. Yeah, see? There's definitely no restrictions on Abyss 3 other than that you need to clear a number of the side quests. But I don't remember with 2. Yeah. Side quest stuff. We don't even need Smoldering Rubble 4. Oh, yeah, shit, I forgot we needed Smoldering Rubble. totally spaced out on that. We should have farmed that out when we were doing Origin, Genesis fragments. Totally forgot. Need it for our fire bow. That's me. I'm a fabulous JJWF. They are indeed real. Much like Cheers. Yeah, of course. You gotta save them for Wizardry. Wizardry Variants Daphne too. Yeah. It turns out you need them for a lot of stuff. Tell you where your pots went, Fox. You pissed them up the wall. How's life? Life's alright. Got EverQuest Legends launch later. I'm expecting it to be a shit show of a launch. Because they even said it's going to be a shit show of a launch. But, still cool. Is today. Today. However, on the other hand, I can't get a weapon to drop from Celeste. Like, I don't mean I can't get the weapon to drop Celeste. I have not seen a single weapon from Celeste. It's like she's trying to get me to go away by pretending that she doesn't drop M3 weapons. You know someone took them? Yeah. The tax man. Until proven otherwise, I do not believe that Celeste drops weapons. Other than M1 weapons. We have seen a harp. One harp, I think. Well, good luck, Sonny, because she doesn't drop anything. So you're not getting shit. No, I already have a fist. I have a singular fist in my bags. I don't even know what the conditional is on Celeste. I have absolutely no idea. I couldn't tell you. You got it, Fox. Be safe. Don't spill the coffee. No 3rd-degree burns. This is my light M3 grid Crystal S. Mate, my fucking light M3 grid couldn't crush a small insect. It would lose to a pair of ants. Be so distracted trying to stomp one of them unsuccessfully that the other one would crawl up straight through the ear into the brain. That's true, Bellicourt. Those scumbags, Senna. It's because there's just so many up right now. Yoruichi's really strong. Bellicourt, yep, really, really strong. One of the best free-to-play characters they've ever released, apparently. Yep. One of the best, like, collab-free characters they've ever released. So, many people are telling me. Yeah, they got nothing on Sandy. Well, if you compare her, to Ariette, right, who is a non-grand, I think she's the most recent non-grand light unit. She shits all over her. Like, it's actually incomparable how much better she is than Ariette. So that kind of says it all. She's probably much closer to like a grand character, or even a seasonal character. She's really strong. And I don't know that much about light grids, but I've seen people on social media talking about like using her in place of other meta units, and how there are actually upsides of her over some other metal units. Not all upsides, like there are downsides as well, but like there is potential that she can be better than some of the other meta units. Yeah, she brings no real support at all. The only support that she brings is the ability to guard, like the ability to take hits, which is not always even a positive. She did the best she did. She has no utility. You need to craft a team with her. Yeah, if you need any of that stuff, that she is not your girl. She just hits an unholy amount of times, so like if you add more echoes to her and you add supplemental damage and all of that stuff, like she will do an absolutely crazy amount of damage. Like her damage is extremely high. But she doesn't do much else. This is literally just damage. And that's her hostility taunt, and then her other ability is her form. Got a saber. You luck a dog center. I don't even know what these drops look like. Cosmos is a character who really wants support from other units. Apparently she really pops off if you can like fuck with her cooldowns and stuff. But otherwise she's just a good unit. Be helping your raids. Yeah, maybe I should. It's a bit inconvenient to go to the other tab though. And help if your raids could pop up in here. Thanks, Foyth. I've heard from a lot of people that Cosmos actually feels really underwhelming when they've got her, because she's been bigged up to be such a ridiculously powerful thing, and they've got her and haven't had any synergy with her, and she's felt just like she's okay, but like didn't exactly exceed expectations, match expectations. Sorry. Thank you, Foyth. That's really nice of you to follow. I appreciate it. I don't know enough about well the entire game to know exactly what you need for her, but I know she wants heavy duty support. Like you want to make your comp around Cosmos. Cosmos, Horus, Funfu. I don't actually know who that is even. What's a Funfu? Sounds cute. Oh, is that 5th? Is Funfu 5th? Ah, yeah, 5th is like her ultimate support, right? Fully transcended 5th. 5th is grim. 5th is auto-censored. I wonder what that... I wonder why. I wonder what that... Why is 5th... Okay, I'm going to have to Google this. Why is 5th? When I Google why is 5th rude, it says, assuming you mean the video game FIFA or the toxic behavior common in its online community, players often act rude or toxic because the game's design triggers intense frustration and anger. Hey, we got a weapon. We did it. We did it, everyone. They exist. Yeah, the Cyclops is pretty tough, Mythic, but... FIFA's pretty grim. Like, FIFA is basically combining the frustration of gacha players with the frustration of the average, like, video game player. Because FIFA is probably the biggest gacha in the entire world. That is not legally classified as a gacha, but it is a gacha, let's be real. But instead of a bunch of, like, sweaty weeb nerds playing it, you got all of these... you got all of these, like, soccer maniacs, football maniacs. Kinds of people who go around torching things in streets after football games. Yeah, jock nerds indeed. Indeed, pretty much, Knuckles. In Quebec slang, Fifi is an informal derogatory term used for an effeminate gay man. Wow! Auto-engine moderation tools operating in French-speaking regions or multilingual platform may flag it as hate speech or a slur. Thank you, Dark Chaos. That's actually very useful. I mean, I did just Google and read the AI comment, and that was it, because it was funny. I just didn't search any further. FIFA so crazy, like pay a fortune for the same game. Oh, dude, it's insane. It's insane. I don't understand. It's like the worst gacha known to man. In gacha, at least you have like some level of permanency. Unless the game EOSs, you've got some kind of level of permanency on your account, right? In FIFA, you gacha for your shit, and then a year later, they make a new game. Like, it's not as if it's a like, oh no, the company's decided that they're making a new gacha because their current gacha isn't making enough money. It's like the company will make a new game. You know that going into it. It will be a year later. It's absolutely insane. I don't know, man. Football fans are nuts. You may have detected it, Leonard. It's hard to say. You don't even know what the prescripts are, Bellico. Remember? That's the story you were going with yesterday, mate. At least stay consistent, brother. Bit of quartz. Your first weapon. Nice. Let's start up a text. Yeah, whatever, Bellico. That even is your real name. Arsehole. It isn't. Wait, you've been lying to me this whole time, mate. You're out of control. What's the other weapon? What's the third? What's the third Celeste weapon? Actually, I have no idea. There's only 2 weapons. That's not true, is it, Senna? You've lied to me. That's definitely not true. Bellicote got impatient waiting for his key to come back, his thing to free up. He just put an underscore after his name. But he can get it back, just now has to wait for that name change to finish. They are, but what's the third one? What's the third weapon? I'm looking for it now. Celeste. Saber. No. Celeste. Grace? Utter? No, that's this. Celeste. Dagger, huh? Rebirth weapons. Celeste Dagger Atta, yeah, thank you. Okay, that's the healing cap. Sure. That is not a dagger. That's a horn. I've got some horn for Celeste, sure. They're going to rotate through the elements. Yeah, they'll probably rotate through all of them, I would imagine. If they've done two. What's a man-eater? Well. Yeah, it's a weapon. Wizardry is full of surprises, Bellicote. Yeah, I hope you like surprises if you play Wizardry. I actually need to redo Water slightly, Senna, because at some point over the last however many months, I just must have deleted all of my katanas. And I actually need a katana for the grid. I need to farm another 4 katanas. Did he fuck Ariatel? He came on here. He showed up here at what for him was 5:30 in the morning. So I'm guessing no. Surprise, you're dead again. Yes, Fox. It really is, yeah. Healer's the really anti-debuffer. Feel like you already got interrupted on it, mate. Fox already did you in. It's all over for you. Free fritters, yeah. We do love our loop. All the treats for you today, Bellico. Call me Amazon, because I deliver. And abuse my workers. The power of VIP. We neaking the VIPs. He's dropping the 500k bomb. The Witch Hunt choices set the route for Abyss 4. No, they don't. The Witch Hunt outcomes are partially dictated by what route you are on for Abyss both 2 and 3. And you will have a separate set of Abyss 4 Witch Hunt quests based on which route in Abyss 4 you are on. When you're doing those Witch Hunt quests, you should make sure your Abyss 4 route aligns with your Abyss 2 and 3 route. So if you're doing Polgrit in Abyss 4, you should make sure you are on your Abyss on Polgrit for 2 and 3. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. I got very excited there. That's the wrong fist. This is a saber though. Yeah, double check that you're on the right route on Abyss 2 and 3, or you will, like it messes up the routes. The sabers seem really good. The sabers seem like super good, duper good. I'm not sure I'd want more than 2 in my grid, but I could definitely see 2. And now a Mori as well. Bellicult coded playlist. Hey Coffee Loki, how have you been, man? Bella coded, yeah, Bella coded. T-Fist, T-Sabers, yeah. I want to get Sariel, man. I want to get Sariel for my dark and run 3 Fists, T-Sabers, and run the proper Dopus and get an Agastia going. Just live the fucking dream. "17 hours of gameplay similar to Elden Ring and now exhausted." Oh damn, man. Well, I hope you enjoyed it all the same. Sariel, my beloved son. I always misgender Sariel because I'm so used to Sariel being a girl's name. Every time I talk about Sariel, I always call him a she. It was so bad. Constantly misgendering Sariel. Bless. Misgendered Cosmos until the other day, really? Well, that depends on the law, really. Narcaj, you know? Simple ant farm. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sariel is Hebrew for Prince of God, though. I don't know. I think it is something like that. But it's typically it's quite an uncommon name, I believe. But it's typically used as a feminine name. I think it's like gender neutral, but like leaning towards female. Because language evolves over time. That might fuck it up for you, Mythic Foot. You may need to change that. But you can always play it out and see. It may mean that the quest can't complete properly. Mythic Foot, because someone is not alive or missing. I have no idea. That's the first time I've seen them. Copy Loki. I couldn't tell you. I have no idea what's going on there at all. Does anyone have any idea? Who are these people? What on earth? Fist! Oh, we're rolling now. The game is testing us. But who is it? Like, oh, what's going on there? Didn't get the light from the mist situation. Right, I see. It still makes me laugh that there's going to be a generation called Generation Beta. It's tough. Hello, Joe. Imagine growing up as Generation Beta. It's tough. Yeah, Gen Beta. We just had Gen Alpha, so that's the reason, right? Yeah, it's basically different generations. How are you, Joe? Man, I wish I liked Final Fantasy 14 more. It's super cool you guys are playing it. I wish I hadn't already done everything in Final Fantasy 14 that I wanted to do. Yeah, that's understandable, son. I did briefly play, like, Final Fantasy 14 as in not The Realm Reborn. Yeah, it wasn't good. I did serve my time. I spent quite a long time on that game. Good few hundred days, I imagine. Oh, that's no good, Joe. I hate that shit, man. I hope you feel better soon. I'd love to hear that, Ariatel. I'm still adjusting to Ariatel's new color. Yeah, it was really rough. It was really rough. Oh, shit. I sincerely hope so, and yeah, I'd absolutely encourage you to get some rest, Joe. Not any good to anyone like that, I imagine. It's nice to see you, though. Sorry, just reading through the EQ Legends Discord. We're going crazy on that. Thank you, son. That's really nice of you to follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for drifting off there for a second. Oh. Oh, why do we have to have so many things this week, man? I like it when we have one thing. I don't understand why Wizardry would have to pick this week to do their patch. It's so selfish of them. Could have at least consulted with me. Will you be able to see the collab? Yeah, almost certainly, Bellicolt. The collabs in Wizardry are generally very beginner friendly. Like, they are there to, and I would expect this one especially so. Like, I'm pretty sure this whole collab is planned just to bring in a huge influx of new players in Japan. So I would expect there to be a huge amount of low-level content, like almost the whole event. There'll be a really incredible farm spot probably. There'll be a really powerful set of items in the shop that will really boost you up. Probably like silver level weapons and that kind of thing. It's bonkers, Joe, because like there's been pretty much a 6-month lull of content and then they drop it on the 1 week that I would love for them to not. I was really ass at lower levels. Really? Is that true? I didn't hear any complaints about it at all. It was really tanky and they hardly gave XP drop. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't hear anyone at the time complaining about it. Yeah, I do remember that. I remember people having trouble opening the chests in a big way. Yeah, the first collab was super new player friendly, but the grind took so long. The shop was crazy. Yeah, Bellicole, if you don't have the battle passes in Wizardry, you might as well not expect to ever pull on anything ever, pretty much. You're going to be storing gems for forever. To be able to get like one pity. Lakari quit because he thought his chat was baiting him to do a stupid thing. What, Wizardry? I'm pretty sure Lakari quit because he didn't like the game. And just used that as an excuse. Which is what Lakari does. Because, you know, being honest is very difficult. In fact, the only time I've ever talked to Lakari, he was saying how he didn't like the game. Hello, Quantum. How are you, sexy? Do single pulls every time you get gems. Please do not do that. You're not really Bellicole because you're weak. Like, sorry, you're weak right now, but you're gonna get stronger. Like, you get stronger by farming, not really by getting new units. Don't worry about it. Hey, Grey Nick! How are you? Grinding fish scales. Go to floor 1, Bellicole. Go to floor 1. I don't have Vajra. She rounds out your Odious theme. Cool. I love to hear that, son. She seems really powerful, Yoraichi. Like really, really powerful for a free unit, for a collab unit. She has turned my light roster from being a 0.5 out of 10 to being like a 2.5 out of 10. Which doesn't sound good, but it is. Yeah, Yoruichi is free. The Quantum... I thought you played Granblue Fantasy, mate. How would you not know that Yoruichi is free? Yeah, disgustingly good for a free unit. We were talking about this earlier, Cern. She's like... Even if you compare her to a regular gacha unit, like, she's crazy, right? Like, she's more in line with, like, a grand unit or even a seasonal unit. She's actually really powerful. The only downside of her, really, is she doesn't really have any support in her kit. She really is just, like, I hit a lot of times. I don't know how good the Bleach collab units are, so it's hard to say. Naughty Quantum. Naughty, naughty, naughty. I read normal attack on the wind guy and I immediately switched off. Immediately closed the page. Does Quantum play JPF? Yeah, he's in the crew. Quantum, you should probably log in and at least skip through the Bleach event to get the characters. Ah, you were yesterday, I see. Yeah, that makes sense, Tricari. Yeah, it just seems wild because I've seen quite a few people comparing her to like actual real units, like real comp units. Just quit a gacha, lol. It's just that simple. What do I do on floor 1? Just walk around, kill Sahagin. They have a much higher drop rate on the fish scales on the higher floors. Dun, dun. A lot of people get caught in the fish scales trap. But yeah, we learned over the years that the main problem people had with fish scales was they were trying to farm it in ship. Whereas if you go to the top end of Abyss 2, they drop much more regularly. Yeah, where you sell all your fish scales thinking they're valuable. And then you don't have any fish scales when the quest asks you for fish scales. Of course, naturally. It is a cheeky game, it's true. And now you get to get even more money by farming more of them, Bellico. It's win-win. It's win-win. Yeah, but you're making money while farming them because you're getting gold and shit. Happy to have my Daphne game running, and now I'm leveling MC as a fighter. Cool, man. I'm so glad. I know you've been struggling with getting Daphne working for ages. I'm glad you finally got it working. And I hope you're having fun. Didn't realize till now. You're playing on Steam. This is the Steam version, yeah. It's updated since its release in March. I don't think so. I think it's exactly the same as it was in March. Son, I much prefer the layout, and it does have a bigger kind of window, like game window, than the mobile version. The biggest downside of the Steam version is just that you can't make bookmarks, right? Because it's not like a proper browser, which for people who've played for a long time is a problem, but it isn't really a problem for me. I just got used to navigating everything manually. It's done wonders for my fine motor skills. A lot of clicking. Yeah, let me. What do you have to do, Greynote? You had to make your PC think it was American. That's interesting. How odd. Do you mind if I ask, what country do you live in, Greynick? Denmark. Is that going to be like a gambling thing? It's probably like a gambling thing, right? No, it's not. I've been playing since 2018, so I'm forever stuck with the browser version because it's what you're used to. Well, yeah, I mean, you can't use the Steam version at the moment anyway because you can't transition it across. But yeah, I imagine it would be really difficult to transition across. But like, from playing around with the browser version, I don't really want to mess with bookmarks anyway. It makes it feel like less of a game and more of a, well, you know, like a browser. And I much prefer this layout. So I don't mind too much, even if it is, like, inefficient. Yeah, odd one, Greyneck. But different games have different licenses for that sort of thing. Wizardry is very unfocused in Europe. So there are some countries in Europe, particularly like the Netherlands, with some laws that stop easy access to some specific games. Tricom really could not give a shit about the Europeans who play their game. I wish I could say otherwise, but they really couldn't give a fuck. How Steam installs Daphne, that's interesting. Do you remember the game content comes first? Yeah, absolutely. There's no need to bookmarks in that regard. I do bookmarks out of habit. It's fun with it. Yeah, of course, of course. Like, I'm sure if I had played it on browser, then I would have got used to that too. But I only got introduced to the game because of the Steam release. I never ever would have tried it if not for the Steam release. So it doesn't really make any difference. Also, I'm kind of glad that I didn't feel the need to have to play through all of the awful collabs. My dear God, man. Some of the side stories in this game. It's actually kind of a blessing that they're not sitting there. The extra collabs. I played through most of the story content in this game. A lot of those side stories. Oh boy. Yeah, it's so odd, Greynote. Side stories do I think are worth reading. Hold on. Yeah, these ones. Alchemist Desire. Created by the skies, the stars loved by the skies. Cone of Shallow Existence. Alchemist Destroy, Old Bond, Let's Hang, Teardrop in the Sand. These are my favourites. Not the idle side. Sorry, no. No, not that. Not that. Anything but that. Literally anything in the game other than that. Yeah, Alchemist Desire, one of the first things that I read in this game. Still my favourite. These are the only two for me on this level. The only ones I haven't read yet are No Rain, No Rainbow and A Mercenary's Life. Yeah, it's a really early story. Oh boy. Now we're flying. Yeah, me too. Me too, Acumen. I think that's quite common, to be honest, Bellico. I know a party ain't optimal, it doesn't matter, as long as you're having fun. Gillian, MC Lana, Amelia, Alice and Adam. Cool. As long as you're having fun, Greynick. Granblue Fantasy have any Dark Knight-ish characters? Yeah, they have a Black Knight called Apollonia. She's this big hulking beast of a woman. All of the Eternals, which is like a rival crew, all wear like black armor that's very Dark Knight-ish as well. Yeah, Vasaraga is like an unholy knight as well. Yeah, true. Yeah, there's quite a few. Game has a lot of characters, so bound to be a few Black Knights. Yeah, GBF has most things right now. True, Nick. Indeed, Grey Nick. When you do crew raids, like raids hosted by crew members, you'd have increased drop rates. Yeah, that would be cool. You do get like FP, I guess, from joining cruise raids, right? But ugh, a JoJo collab. Ugh. It's very good, Grey Nick. Yeah, it's very good. Especially early on. Yeah, indeed, you get little bits and pieces for joining friends raids. But yeah, it would be nice if there was more incentive. A light is still so shit, man. It's a lot better than it was, but Jesus. A light is so weak. I wouldn't be surprised if when we do eventually build out Earth, that our Earth is better than our light. Yeah, Earth and Light are really hard for new players to get into. They both require, especially Earth, but also Light, require very, very specific units to like really kind of pop. Light fucking sucks. No. Not as in the person. Light's a very nice guy. Just tarred by the light brush. I think Code Guess generally is quite well received. Not really my kind of thing. Light's not a nice guy. Why? What's wrong with Light? I'm pretty sure the Twitch chatter Light did not kill a load of people. You can never be too sure, but... Never be totally sure. There are too many lights in the world. Maybe you need to be the shadow that extinguishes them, Bellico. Some of Bellico's villain arc. What? What do you want from me? What do you want from me, Chili? Please don't use my arm is not a salt lick. Thank you. Unreal. That does sound like to be Hero X. Yep, that absolutely tracks. Celeste is pretty hot, isn't she? Ah, it's not that bad. I don't even find it particularly bad, son. I haven't found a grind in this game that is bad. The worst grinds are definitely Eternals. Eternals are grim. But it's only because of they're like a really antiquated process, and there's so many moving parts to it. And all of the inventory management, yeah, just mega sucks. And I guess part of that is the Proto Bahamut grind for rusted weapons, just because it's just fucking annoying. They die so fast. You're totally trying to RNG which one you want. I mean, rusted weapon grind is part of the eternal process, isn't it? Like, the eternal process is just cursed. It's so awful. It's so awful. But even that isn't really that bad. I've done grinds that are much worse than that in other games. Still sucks though. It's probably the worst bit of the game. But like, the Evoker farm really isn't that big of a deal, as long as you got enough potions to cover what you're doing. I know loads of people big that up as being like this absolutely ridiculous thing. It's just grinding, isn't it? Just lean back, backing, and embrace the grind. Embrace the grind. Embrace the brine. I think I showcased well how brain damaged I am in terms of grinding when we did like 25,000 campaign exclusive quest clears. It's only a bit of grind, it ain't gonna hurt anyone. I think, for me, Evokers and Eternals are absolutely incomparable. Like, Eternals are disgusting. Evokers are just a grind, they're chill. The worst part of Evokers is Sunstones, and now we don't even really necessarily have to worry about that because of the Praj Knights. But even before the Praj Knights, it's more just Sunstones, we're gating them, right? But the process itself is easy. It's just, you lock into Arcarum and you grind. There's no horrible weapon bullshit. Yeah, Eternals are just not it. I would guess so, Akiben, yeah. Should be interesting. I wonder if they're gonna like functionally replace the angels, or like offer an alternative, or even you can use them together, right? By upgrading the aura to be 20%. Evokers used to be tongue mostly when they released. I know Evokers were really different when they released, right? Because you had this like multiplayer mode. I've been told this by veterans before. You had this multiplayer mode thing that was a total fucking mess, and someone actually broke the game with it. Like, actually broke the mode, and it made them completely redo it. Which sounded crazy. Like, sounded absolutely crazy. You were in like different teams or something? But then Sandbox came out and it presumably changed everything. Like, Sandbox makes the whole Evoker grind really pretty simple. It just takes a long time. It doesn't even take that long of a time. It takes a bit of brain damage to farm it. And quite a few potions. It's very elixir heavy. It's just Sandbox, really. Like, Sandbox, I wouldn't say it makes the grind quick, but it makes it easy enough. You just go to the right place, you do the thing, and that's it. Yeah, Sandbox is just brain damage grinding. Like, if you can switch brain off and just grind, like, it isn't an issue at all. It's not hard. It's not even that time consuming. You'll be done in like a few days for each Evoker. Eternals are still, you still have so many moving parts. Even with all the quality of life they added, in terms of like helping you make the manage the inventory of all of the weapons. It's just so many moving parts. I've seen so many people who are all new like me who are just confused out of their mind as to what they're meant to be doing. They're literally looking at the wiki as well, and it still doesn't make any sense to them what the hell is going on with Eternals, like with all of the different weapon types and all of that shit. They can't even make the Eternals to start with, let alone begin to like uncap them and stuff. And then when people realize that they have to uncap all of the Eternals in order to transcend like the Eternal that they actually want to transcend, it's awful. It's so awful. Eternals could really do with a little update. I know they've had a lot already, but it's still not enough. A bunch of new players that I know just are still playing, but they're completely ignoring the Eternal portion of the game. They just can't be bothered with it. It's just, it's so antiquated, right? And it used to be worse. It's not like they haven't tried to make it better over the years. It's just that it's still really antiquated. I've done it, and it does get easier as you do them. You go like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. I understand now. But like that initial, even I think it says it all when the second evoker that I did, I was still as confused as the first one, even though I'd already done the first evoker. I was still so confused. And if you've done a process once, if you've stumbled through it and you still don't know how to do it, that's generally pretty bad design. Yeah, it does get better. Unfortunately, it has to if you want to max the evokers, because, yeah, you don't really have much choice. You're going to be doing that 10 times. I may have just said evokers a bunch of times and I meant Eternals, I'm sorry. My brain's stupid. I hope you had a good walk, Cyril. I think it might be time for me to do a bit of walking. One cycle. My feet are a little bit cut up right now, but try one cycle at least. See how things go. Ooh. Smash it. Don't mind me. That was almost catastrophic. Had to bang up your laundry, no worries. If that means you were off, it was very nice talking with you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Bro, that harp is not going to help us. Ooh. Don't know about this. My right foot is a little bit fucked. Getting another Labubu ego. A what? A what now? What the fuck is a Labubu? Oh, okay, okay, I'm with you. I used that ego. I used Odysseus' Sis's ego the other day. It was quite useful. It helped us through the flower boss. Sign of roses? Is that what it's called? Probably the only player in the world to have used that ego. Saber. Saber. This too likes feeding absolute units of enemies' food that makes them weaker. That makes them weaker? How does it make them weaker? Oh, like actual food you're talking about? Like poisoning people and shit. Yeah, that's the story of the arena. You gotta come up with a way to beat the unwinnable fights, right? Through really convoluted means. You're the greatest warp one of all, Bellico. It's too late, mate. You already warped a while ago. You're too far gone already. Oh yeah, the purple garlic's so worth your time. You warp away from here. Where will you go? What will you say? What will you do? Who will ever accept one as warped as you? I will go to Cerebano and tell him to fuck up. Well, I mean, fair enough. Albano is a good guy, he's just misunderstood. Running out of low tier Omega Anima to spawn raids. Is there something I'm missing? Or is that just something that happens? Are you doing... Have you got your pro skips unlocked? Shikero? Because you should get all of the anima you need from pro skips if you're pro skipping. I've certainly never had any issues. The only thing I find myself running out of frequently is the material, whatever it is, meteorite or whatever. Or, Ultimate Bahamut. I find that very annoying. I wish there was an easier way to get it. Rather spirits anima for regular Bahamut, oh dear. You can always just join other people's. Of course. Yeah, you'll probably be alright, Jakari. How many gems do I need for Final Fantasy 11? We don't know. We don't know whether the characters are good or not. Maybe none. Maybe hundreds of thousands. Who can say? That's what you plan to do as well. You trying to build a character out of Final Fantasy 11? You scalping for inherits? What's the story, Jackanory? I can't see myself pulling any of them to actually use. Maybe there'll be some really great inherit on them, I don't know. You be playing it? Yeah, I'll be playing it on Thursday, Tweshry. I'll be on Wizardry. Well, most of, if not all of Thursday. But I doubt I will play it beyond Thursday this week. Just because I'm on a bit of a tight schedule with the EQ Legends stuff. Even if I don't, I will revisit it at some point after the first Legends reset. As I imagine there will be some amount of grinding to do. As there always is. I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with for it. Like, I wonder how deep they've gone with it, whether we're just going to see another, like, Blade and Bastard basically copy-paste. Or whether they're going to be more expansive with it. Wonder how much they'll integrate the characters. They're obviously taking quite a lot of time over it. And they really, really want this to succeed in Japan. So, don't know. Maybe it will be much bigger. More like a mini expansion than a collab. I would imagine it will be similar in format to Blade and Bastard, yeah. Another saber. Very saber-caded. It's not the worst thing. Not at all. Oh, map dungeon for it will be cool. Yeah, I agree. I'm sure it'll be fun, like regardless. But I wouldn't be surprised if they put... It sounds like they've put quite a lot of effort into it. But I don't really know what kind of shape that effort is going to form. This is like a really big deal for them in Japan. That is what I've gathered. Not really for the rest of the world, but for Japan. Minor flashback to Sailor Moon theme song. Fighting evil by moonlight, winning love by daylight. Never running from the real fight. She is the one, it's Sailor Moon. It's one of those animes that was a formative part of my life. Formative era of my life. And so it will always be English dub in my mind. Cartoon Network, yeah. It's on Cartoon Network here as well. Cartoon Network Toonami, I think. They did a lot of Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, and Gundam Wing. They were like the big three at the time. The Cousins localization, yeah. Yeah, good old Gundam Wing. I can't remember which sailors it was. It was like Sailor Neptune and Saturn or something that were cousins. Uranus? I don't know. Some of the outer planets. They were cousins. They're girls and cousins too, or something like that. Uranus and Neptune. Yeah, they're just cousins. Are cousins meant to act like that? Hold on. That's a dagger. Oh, baby. We're on the board for daggers. Now, hold on a second. Is the raid or the multiple battle node better for materials in the collab? Not the raid. In my opinion, the best node for it is actually not even the level 60 multi-battle. It's the level 51, which is two stages rather than 3. The reason for that is because it doesn't give you many less mats than the one that is above it, and it costs 75% of the AP. Plus, you can do it faster because it's only 2 waves. No worries, Asa Sudano. Yes, you may also want to do the Maniacs. The Maniacs twice a day, because they give quite a lot. And also, obviously the things that pop, the Nightmares. You probably want to do those too. But the raids are pretty much totally unnecessary except for what Acuben said. 5 times a day for the quest if you want the 50 crystals. I wonder how my potions are doing. I haven't looked at our elixirs in a while. Oh wow. Already back at 1200. You love to see that. Nothing worse than being an elixir broke boy. Not naming any names. Throw the second scam ticket into the fire or light scam. Getting another good Light unit would be very good boon for the light raid. If you really want to, sir. Typically, I'd recommend to people that if there aren't a lot of things on a scamcher that you want out of the scamcher, it's probably not worth it. But if you've got a lot of money, a lot of disposable income, then of course, fill your boots. I feel a disturbance. I have been summoned. I would not advise shooting for 7%. Because while it is gacha, so you either get it or you don't, so it's actually 50-50. If you really sit down and look at the hard math on it, there is some question of that. You want your cutter, Osiris? Or at least try her. Oh, picking the dark one wasn't even up for debate, I see. What did you end up getting from it, Susanne? It's not like the worst way you can spend your money, even if you do get scammed on it. Yeah, it's still a temple and whatnot. Get like an item. But it totally depends on how much disposable income you've got. For me, like pulling on something like that when there's nothing, there's like barely anything in the pool, it's just not for me. If there's one thing in there at 7%, like I'm just not pulling on it, it's not happening. And I'm at a point now, honestly, where I'm kind of happy with my rosters. Like, they're not perfect, but they're kind of fine. Even the Earth is kind of fine. It's not like The Earth is going to get magically better from a single Scamcher pack, probably. The Earth characters are fine. The Light characters are fine. Just nothing too special. The things I'd really like to pick up are the Archangels. Particularly Sariel. And copies of the thingy weapons. The supplemental weapons. The new Europa is not that great, just so you know. We have the new Europa right here. She is not a particularly amazing unit. She's the first unit I got on this game on Sympholia. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's understandable, man. More like ya pooper. Get fucked, Europa. Finished laundry, made dinner, how goes the grind? We're doing okay, we got 3 fists, 4 sabers and a dagger. So we're getting there. Just grinding away. I hope dinner was delicious. Progress indeed. Powerful gains. Ah, you've made it, but you haven't eaten it yet. Then our dinner. Had to enjoy it over a quality shrimp. Who are you watching? No, you're more than welcome, my man. Nothing quality here. Quantity, maybe. At times. Quality? Nah, never. Who would not want to sit down and watch old man on treadmill plays 12-year-old game badly? Just sleeping stream most of the time. Yeah, often. Once I get off the treadmill, probably. Can you blame me for grand snoozing over some of those side stories, mate? Come on. Be reasonable. Oh. Oh shit, someone died. Oh, that'll happen when it's 7% trigger. Any of the collab weapons good? I don't know, unfortunately. I am not a big puller. Yoroichi is very good, the free unit. And that's about all I know. Sorry. I haven't heard much from anyone about the collab units or the... I think the summon is very good with Yoroichi, who is very good. So maybe that. But I'm afraid I am at best a layman, and at worst a fucking scrub. So take anything I say with a pinch of salt. Enemy units are decent, not meta defining. Water weapon is mid. Wind weapon is decent. Thank you. That's really useful info. Thanks, son. Unfortunately, a lot of those things just beyond me to keep up on. Still. You beat the Greater Warp 1, took all your SP and MP. Congratulations, Sage! Well done, dude. Now you gotta go and do it all again. Well done, I know you've been struggling on that. Satisfying to beat it, I'm sure. You're a clappy. Not like. Yeah, you can be a clappy if you want to, Brett. So. It's 2026, guys. You can be whatever you want to be. Shouldn't you be in bed? Oh, actually, it's not that late yet. You're not staying up for the EQ Legends release, are you? Not like. Surely not. Well, look. I just want it to be known, right? I have warned you. The servers are probably going to be broken. I don't want to hear you fucking whining about it, okay? You stay up till 2 in the morning to play. EverQuest Legends, yeah, launches today. Penguins. You won't like it. It has both a box price and a sub fee. Oh, sorry. It has a box price and a sub fee and microtransactions. Definitely not a Penguins game. I'm playing it. I'm trying to. When is it out? It's out in just under 3 hours. But I would expect it to be unplayable on release due to server overload. But we'll give it a try anyway. I didn't call you poor. You're very frugal. Penguins. Which is a good trait to have. Unplayable with sub, yeah, probably. We'll see. Maybe they'll have a really smooth launch. Hasn't happened yet, has it? I like money, yeah. Who can blame me? Did I burn myself out? Don't know how I'll beat Greater Warp 1 Corrosion 6. If you did burn yourself out, then that's just the way it is. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the Ichi is really good with Vazuzia main. Because of 2 turns of double strike. I don't have Vazuzia, no. I don't have any other providences. Except for Beelzebub from Relink. Actually, we have a Yatama kicking around. I definitely don't have Sunlight Stones for. Yatama, my wife. This account is largely like no pulls. I've barely spent any pulls on this account at all. We usually just don't do our free pulls. Just happy with what we get, really. How many pulls are you sitting on then? I don't know, like a couple of sparks. We did pull for the first, like, kind of proper time just recently. Because I felt like I was getting to the point where I needed Grand Charlotta for high level stuff. So we had to spark her. But other than that, we've just had like forced pulls through Sierras and stuff. Yeah, wind is my main element. I just have charge wind though. I don't have normal attack wind at all. No Lamaraki stuff. Pulled gacha with crystals? No, with tickets, but yeah, you know, we pulled on the gacha. You're not the right claw. Were you forced to voluntarily? Voluntarily. I just explained that we were looking for a specific character for high level raids. Now we're deep enough in the game that I have an idea of the things that I actually need. For progression. With wind there isn't really a lot because it's mostly just Eternal and Evoker stuff. And we might be a bit able to get through without Grand Charlotta, but since it is my main element, it's fun getting to play around with her. We also pulled an entire dark team which replaced our 0 dark team. So that kind of helped too. Our dark team, if our light team is bad, our dark team was something else before those pulls. Yeah, our wind's fine. Our wind's really good now. Our wind's in a really good spot. The only thing I would like for wind that really stands out is Halloween Vane, because I think he is just excellent defensively in the, well, it's just Vizuzia at the moment with the extended sub-allies. But he's actually incredible. Like that extra defense is actually massive. But that isn't like super important. I think our wind is fine other than that. I'd love to get another Grand Ewayar as well, just for a second piercing Gale Wing, or grid customization. I'd like to see a Sariel, because our Dark is actually kind of fun now, so I'd love to be able to give them a Sariel, but again, that's a little tricky. But I'm not really fussed by new units or anything like that. Replaced by the Sleepy Man Evoker. He still gets used in progression comps on Vizuzia from what I've seen. And presumably there'll be like other nine man content sometime in the future. I don't think he's particularly necessary. Just really helpful. Like anything defensive is helpful for progression. Seems even base Ewayar gets used in like Vizuzia progression because it just makes the whole fight. Defensive bonuses just make the whole fight easier. They allow you to see the fight better and learn the fight better. But when you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Whoa, Chili! You crazy cat. Well done, by the way. That's an excellent jump. You did a great job. You should sit down, though. Come on, let's move this. Move this. You perch on there. That's a great jump onto the desk. You're a very clever kitty. No other cat would be able to make that jump. Probably. Only Chili. Did I start pulling weapons from these runs? Oh, yeah. Yeah. We were after about 3 hours of not seeing a single weapon, they started actually coming home. It was getting to the point where I was like, am I doing something wrong here? Very heavily gated by Eternity Sand as well. Like we can't finish Catzelia without Eternity Sand. I'm not even trying to max Celeste or Luminera right now, or Yggdrasil. Like I just don't have any sand, man. Just taps out. Doing your weapon grind? Yeah, maybe. I doubt we'll get a sand from here, but we have to farm a lot of Siete, Seaphon. Siete Dispade. That is still a few steps out though. We need to finish our relic grind. We need to finish our dark grind now this is on. Then we need to finish our relic grind. So we can do TN, we can get TN transcended, and get Neon transcended. As the relic shards are the only thing we're missing now. And then of course we need to get Fighter Origin finished as well. But we can't really get Fighter Origin finished until we've done our Earth grid and our Dark grid, because we don't have the anima to unlock Origin classes. How am I going to get a sand drop about that kind of energy? That's a good point. That's a good point. The sand will drop any second now, I'm sure of it. Hex up to was easier. Never actually used Vein. Interesting, interesting. Hexa's damage, from the little bit that I've messed around on Hexa, which is just a couple of tries, doesn't seem too bad. I expected Hexa's damage to be a lot worse. But Zero, yeah, I haven't really messed around with that either yet. I haven't touched the high level stuff properly yet. We're in the last kind of strides of our grinding to get up to the status quo. The list is shrinking. I'll be so happy when we're done with the stupid Eternals, man. Like, it was nice maxing Seraphon, but I'll be very, very happy when we've done TN and Neon. And I don't think I will have much incentive to ever look at the Eternals ever again after that. I'm planning on doing 6 CAT swords. So hopefully during that very, very long grind, we will find some sand. Haste is the worst of doing bullet grind. Haste is the worst experience of all the 3 endgame raids. Interesting. Yeah, really interesting. How fast it is. They're really interesting. That's a focus. Six, 7. Did anyone even say 6, 7 other than me just now? Did I say 6, 7? I don't remember. Huh? Fox has fucking lost his marbles because he hasn't slept. Do you finish Eternals and Evoker Wind? I have all the mats to finish the Wind Evokers, apart from Sunstones and Eternity Sands. Yeah, I have Seraphon done. Cazelia, yeah, Cazelia is incredible. Yeah, I have all the grinding for it done. I just need to wait until I can get Sands. I have Seraphon, yeah, Max Transcended. He's Transcended in Radiance. But Neon, I haven't started on yet properly. I have all of the mats for her, except for Relic Shards. Hello there, Dagger. Hello there, Dagger. I'll be doing most of the Dark Grid farming, I think, while I'm on the side, while I'm doing EQ Legends. Which of course will not be quite as efficient as this. But hopefully we can get there. Beat Hexa to Vazuzia using Rising Force, Seraphon, Katura, and Cazelia. Yep. I don't know if Mega Mario really replaces any of those. But I have Katura. We got Katura for free when we started. And yeah, I'm sure we'll do fine. It was just a really good time to start, really. Vernon's actually a Chad. Like, Vernon's the only person, I swear, with a brain, with his head screwed on in that entire world. Vernon, like, really doubts you. And he knows there's something weird about you. Yeah, I really like Vernon because he clearly knows there's something really fucking up with you and you're actually super dangerous. And he's the only person who clocks it in the entirety of the story. So I actually really like Vernon. No, Vernant. It's in Wizardry. Sage. It's because he's like a spy. He's like a subterfuge guy, right? And he just has like he has weird vibes about you, and he's just like, you're dangerous. I gotta put you down. Nothing personal. And he's probably right, if we're being honest. I'm pretty sure we're fucked. I actually like that a lot. I'm a big fan of Vernon. He's a man of action. The reason he kills is unreasonable. Is it? Is it though? He's protecting his, like, his kingdom from us. He's protecting the kingdom that he's part of from us. Because we are dangerous as fuck. And he does it in such a, like, spy, assassin-y kind of way. Just in the back streets of the docks. He knows there's something up with you. It's about the only time in the story where anyone seems concerned about, like, your, like, who you are and what your motivations are. Yeah, indeed, Breadstick, indeed. And he's just like, this is too suspicious. It's my duty to keep people like this from endangering the kingdom. So he fucking kills you. Fair enough in my eyes. Like, we don't even know if we're actually good. For all we know, we are a servant of a warped one, getting led around by another servant of a warped one, or like a necromancer or something. Doesn't matter. There is something weird about us, right? Bellicle? There's something real fucked up about us. The heart in our chest. We're constantly talking to someone who isn't there, which we never explain, which we're not willing to explain. Like, we're fucked up. Yeah, I mean, there isn't that much dialogue in the game, right? But Vernon's always a little bit suspicious of you. You just don't sit too well with him. Yeah, Dylan Hart is like he's like a football jock, you know? He's just like, that doesn't matter. Let's focus on one thing at a time here. You're like, well, okay. I tried to warn you, mate. Yeah. I think all of his lines are somewhat suspicious of you, personally. But like, well, maybe you're reading into them differently to how I am. Yeah, he does. He always questions you. Nobody else does. He does. Hello, Joe. Hello, Joe. Goodbye, Joe. Sorry. Take care of yourself, man. I love you. Sleep well. Hope you feel better. Not always. Pretty sure almost every opportunity he questions you. Like, he seems fine to go along with you when you're doing things that are helpful to everyone. But whenever you do something that's weird, he questions you. It's his job, right? But that's his whole thing. They're like an infiltration. They're like infiltrators, aren't they? They're infiltrators and herbalists and shit. They like poison people. The real question mark is why Lulu doesn't warn us. Surely she has like all around vision. How do we keep getting stabbed, you know? Surely Lulu should be like, hey, watch out. That's scary behavior, Bellicle. It's literally his job, like that organization's job, to not do that. They're like the spy network. Can't we just counter the stab? So you know it will stab us? You would think so, but maybe we're quite shit. Maybe the issue is we're actually quite shit. Maybe Bernard's like a god. He always comes from a slightly different direction. Just like myself. We are quite shit. They're herb specialists because they're poisoners. Bellico. Generally, you don't refer to your spies as spies. There's probably a reason for that. I don't know. We'd have to brainstorm it. He's skilled enough with a dagger to stab the living shit out of you, and he goes into an arena and fights like 6 of you, right? He's clearly no craftsman. But he's prepared to fight you. He'll fight you in the arena. Different route. But he'll fight you in the arena. Ah, sorry, Bellicle. My bad, my bad. Yeah, my fault, sorry. Hello, welcome back, Jakari. We're sending one of our spies to join you. Join you in your quest, yeah, indeed. This is one of our spies. I mean, shit. You can actually beat him up. He is one of the winnable bosses. But there's like an alternate route to beating him as well. Which is actually one of the Abyss 2 memes. I'll talk to you about it when you actually do it, if you ever do it. Yes, it does. The first time it levels up. That is the last level up that you will see in play. There's no level up in Abyss 3. No! Fuck off! I hate fish! I hate those fish. You damn fish. Yeah, they get a bit tougher, unfortunately. I'm glad you brought up the pack. The pack of like three of the big lizard men. The lizard men, captain's warriors or something. And the archer. That pack was an absolute nightmare back in the day. It was an absolute monster of a pack. So I'm glad it still has some impact now on new players. Who aren't like cracked out with Yuzu and whatnot. Yeah, if you are not fast enough or don't do enough damage, very difficult to live. It can spawn in the water, yep. Water gaming is rough in Abyss 2. The buff the Sahuagin get and the lizard men. Brutal. The Spear Warriors, yep, they're savage. They're absolute savages. How long have I been walking for? Not long today. About 80 minutes. So each one of my treadmill cycles is 100 minutes long. I haven't done any before today. So we're pretty low down. I was a bit worried about overdoing my feet today because they're a bit cut up from the last couple of days. Or the last couple of weeks. Been on the treadmill a lot. But they're doing okay so far, so we'll probably do another cycle afterwards. I currently walk at about 6 kilometers an hour, which is about, what, 4 and a bit miles an hour? About 4 something miles an hour. So in a cycle, we do, what? Like 6 miles? 7 miles? 7 miles or 11-ish kilometers. Yeah, something like that, Granick. JJWF has been great for this. Both Granblue Fantasy and Wizardry are amazing. Yes, Shin Megami Tensei. Well recognized, sir. Some great tracks in those games. I'm not the hugest of fan of them. I played them a little bit. Not my favourite game series, but I do like the music a lot. Don't know why I could never really get into Shin Megami Tensei. Not quite sure why I was. Favorite overworld tracks? Which one? I doubt I will know it off the top of my head though. Not familiar enough with the game. I might play after this. I'm not sure. YouTube music's a bit fiddly right now. Free gems in Daphne. Get Gillian's sword before it disappears. I would highly recommend that you do not get Gillian's sword. Gacha weapons are not good if you can't, like, raise them up. The only gacha weapon that's actually worth getting is Citrus Blossom Hairpin because it hits an additional time. I would not fuck with Gillian's sword. You'd be better off getting another copy of Gillian, probably. It's just gacha items are not it. Like, unless you're a mega whale, unless you're churning out so many copies of those things, it's just not it. Again, except for Citrus Blossom Hairpin, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, of course, Granick, yep. Yeah, Gillian is a hard to maintain character. He's not necessarily a bad character. He's actually quite powerful. He does a lot of damage. But he also requires constant maintenance, which is awkward. It's a fun little minigame. Kinda. Self-heal from one of the night characters. Yeah, that kind of helps a bit. Yes, she does. On that same banner I was trying to get you to pull on. For, Asher Altar. She has Summer Altar. Ah, you got her. You're going to need 2 copies though, that's the problem. Because if you don't get 2 copies, then the discipline won't share across when you merge them. You need to unlock their discipline, and you only do that by giving them 1 copy. Have 1 of each. So it doesn't really matter for now. And you can just use the summer version. The summer version is just pretty much strictly better. But in the future, you'll probably get loads of copies of regular Chloe, and it won't transfer across unless you have 1 copy of 1 additional copy of Summer Chloe. Sadly, due to the way the discipline sharing works. Still good though. No, our attempts, yeah. Yeah, still congrats all the same. Summer Chloe's actually very good. Very good character. Aratems comes by every now and then. Drops a sub, chats for a bit. Goes and does whatever Aratems does. He's a good guy. You never Chloe, yeah, but you will. You will, because Chloe, the wonderful thing about Chloe, the best thing about Chloe, is her inherit is dog shit. Her inherit is absolutely unbelievably awful. So like there are only 2 things you can do with Chloe. You can dismiss her for tags, or you can inherit, or you can discipline her and make her a very high discipline character without any kind of worry. So when you tax Summer Chloe onto that, who actually has a good discipline, she's rocking out. Because she has a surety. She has a surety and SP discipline. She's amazingly good. But of course, if you don't have a second copy of her, the copies of Chloe don't transfer across, as her discipline is not unlocked. Man, Warriors battle cry is so awful. It's basically shedding, right? Really gotta get more AoE frontliner attacks. There aren't really that many AoEers in the game. AoEs are very, very rare, really. Other than on mages. Shedding without the list of things that shedding does. Shedding is 50 surety as well. Yeah, 50. Maybe it's 30. I might be misremembering. Some are kind of better rarity than the normal one. No, they're both general adventurers. Summercloak is just a really solid useful unit. I wouldn't say she's niche at all. I'd say that she's just a really good unit. She's a really good solid unit. Especially for a beginner. Because if you can get 2 disciplines on her, then you can discipline the shit out of her with regular Chloe. And she has both an excellent discipline herself and is a fighter. Thus, one of the easiest to gear, easiest to use classes in the game that just does a shitload of damage. She's also a beast folk, so she's probably the best race. Also, she wears a bikini, if that's your thing. I know that's many people's things. Yeah, she has some uses in terms of that, her like specific ability where it does actually fire off, which is cool. But just her standard kit as a fighter with a good discipline and a character that you will be able to functionally discipline is really good for new players. Really, really good for new players. The same is true for Asher as well, kinda. Alico. For you it certainly is, because you're limited. Little glove there. We're doing alright here. After our poor start, we bounce back. Yeah, she's actually great. She's actually great. She applies. So one of the things I really like about Asher is she applies Balafios with a very high success rate, and when you can rely on Balafios to hit, it becomes unbelievably powerful. The problem with Balafios is usually you're taking a real stab at whether it's going to land or not. But like when you have a much higher success rate on the Balafios, it's landing like probably 80+% of the time, and it's a really meaty chunk of damage that takes off of mobs. It genuinely gives her like a real niche where she can, like, she is a mage who can exist. She is so much better than Yeka and Adam. It's like not even close. Because she has a purpose. We don't talk about Erwin. Doesn't even really need Zala, it's just a support unit. Problem is, usually, like, your support units, if you're going to use 2, are going to be Alice and Camille. But if you're not using Alice, because Bellicort is only using good units. So, if you're not using Alice, suddenly Asher becomes really fucking good. Which spells out of the debuffing ones are the ones to use? Battle Greph is by far the most important. That will always land. Unless the mob has 100% immunity to it, that will always land the action speed reduction portion of it. And so that is the first thing that you want to apply immediately, as it stops you getting ram raided. After that, like Morless isn't as good as it used to be. It used to land all the time as well. Now it has a lower success rate. Again, if you have Asher, much higher success rate on it. Yeah, you're doing everything correctly. Balafios is actually really good as well, but it's a bit of a crapshoot as to whether it lands or not. Quite often when you're using Balafios, you really need your turn to do something because you're fighting something really scary. So it failing feels really bad. Yes. Defense breaks stack multiplicatively. So I can't remember the actual numbers, but say like if you're taking 30% off with the first one, you're taking 30% of the remaining 70%. So it's lower efficacy, but it's still quite effective. 2 armor debuffs, 2 defense debuffs is pretty solid. Do keep in mind you can only have 3 of those like generic debuffs on a mob at once though, or you'll start to push them off. I don't know, Penguins. It's really hard to increase Morless though, I think, right? Yeah, I don't know. I still only have Morless level 1. Christmas Flute is Morless. Hello, Far. How are you? There's no way I'm getting into that. Three hours of odious raids with minimal results. Are you struggling to kill it? I hear it's quite hard. Or are you killing it and it's just not dropping stuff for you? Farming, cool. Oh yeah, I hope you get better luck tomorrow. I think there's an issue as well. Everyone is trying to kill it. I see. People figure out a combo tomorrow. Cake's a good earth unit. Kinda makes the raid easier. I see. Gillian's rocking out with it. Like Gillian didn't deal more damage to himself. Nice! Sounds like a skill issue to me, Bellicoat. Hey, it's Celeste farming. We're doing okay. We had about 3 hours without getting an actual drop at all. But it's improved a lot since then. Yeah, coming along. Huge gains, Green. Thank you for asking. If I reset one of the mine, do I lose the other class progress? Progress in terms of what? In terms of XP? No. Nope. They keep their level. But obviously, your new class will be back at level 1, or whatever level you left it as the last time you played it. That'd be horrific. You were like class locked. I wanted to ask about your other gacha games. You play sorry, just I know Limbus, but I don't know the other one name. The one kills permanently your gacha characters, mainly how bad or good it is. So yeah, I play Limbus Company. The game that you're talking about is Wizardry Variants Daphne. Wizardry Variants Daphne is a very hard game. It's actually similar in a lot of ways to Granblue Fantasy. It has no stamina system. You can grind to your heart's content. And there's always like multiple different farms that you can do. A lot of your power is in your main character as he goes through lots of different classes. And the whole game is about reaching satisfying conclusions after generally a lot of hard work and a lot of effort. It's not an instant gratification game at all, much like Granblue Fantasy. The game is, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It's difficult to get into. It's unintuitive. It's inaccessible, and it's really, really, really fun if you're into that sort of suffering. JJ, I got a blue chest from a 1.2 mil honor Cosmos raid. How did that happen? Because you have a percentage chance of getting a blue chest based on the amount that you need and the amount that you got. Yep, what Bellacoat said. Yeah, it's just RNG. You are, Bellacoat. You're an impressive specimen. Certainly scary, but I like the design or graphic. Reminded me of Kingsfield. Yeah, I guess it looks a tiny bit like Kingsfield. It's a very gritty game. Very gritty and kind of dark game. But yeah, it's a great game. Give it a go. Worst you can have is not like it. Nothing lost. Never ever risk it if the character's below 54. Actually, not 100% true, to be honest. You can fuck around if you want to. It isn't until they get reduced to dust that you really have to worry too much. That's what you're doing. Right, I need to go have some water. I will be right back in just a moment. Just a moment. 2 seconds. Thank you. Hello. Sorry, folks. We won. At the end of this cycle, it will be EverQuest Legends time. EverQuest Legends time. There we go. Spit it out. You're gonna need the draconic weapons into your grind. They are good. But you will need Hexa mats to finish them. Edie. Which game are you talking about? Chapter 8? We didn't exaggerate when they said that some of the chapters are longer than the Bible. Oh, is this must be Arknights, right? Is the story good? That's a good question. I don't know if you'll be hyped after seeing EQ Legends, Gavisaur, but there's a good chance I will be spending a lot of time on it this week. So I apologise in advance. We're actually, like, unreasonably close to being caught up with Granblue Fantasy, which is terrifying. This has filled so much time. We have a list of things to do that are now, like, within half a page. With what I want to do in the game, obviously. Not in terms of everything you can do in the game. But I feel like with a game like this, there need to be some firm limits. Haven't done any skips. Oh, brick to count. Better unbrick it quickly. Yeah, I want to try to do the high level stuff. That's it. If I can get through the high level content, then I'm happy, you know? Don't need to be able to solo it, really, even. Just happy to do it, you know? Ideally with some other people, like Fox. Love to be able to do, like, Hexa and Vazuzia. The people from here. It'd be fun. Learn it together. Neat part, it never ends? I think it does. I think it only never ends if you don't want it to end, right? And I think all good things do sort of come to an end. I've always had very concrete goals for what I want to do in the game. I've stuck really firmly to that. And like once we got it on lock, I'll keep playing the stuff as it comes out, but I don't think I'll grind like over the top. Yeah, your stickers and 100k HP, yeah, of course. Yeah, my wind's doing okay in that department. But we don't have Siete swords yet. And that's what we're waiting on, really. That'll be the last thing that I do. That'll be the last big grind in this game, Siete swords. I'm planning on making 6, 3 of each, so I can swap them around as needed. So that will take a while. But that should be our last, like, major grind. Yeah, once I have got Siete swords, that's gonna kind of really mark the end of my like Granblue grind, so to speak. I'll just maintain the account, follow along with whatever comes out. But I still have bits and pieces to do here and there, like the Evoker Transcendence and all of that stuff. I just don't want Granblue Fantasy to be the only game I play, you know? Because while I like it, I don't want to spend every day forever playing this game. That will just make me sad and not want to play the game. Same as Wizardry, you know? I love Wizardry. Love Wizardry to pieces. Do I want to play Wizardry every week? Fuck no, I don't. Fuck no. Same with Limbus as well, really. Exactly the same case, right? Do I want to spam a mirror dungeons? Fuck no, I don't. I barely want to be doing the one mirror dungeon a week I do. I enjoy the good things in gachas, you know. I love a nice grind with purpose that I want to get to. A goal that I would like to get to. But I don't want to just artificially invent things to do when I've already done everything I want to. You're a braver man than I, Leonard. I can't stomach Mirror Dungeon, I really don't like it. It feels like just the same thing on repeat over and over and over, and not in a I can switch my brain off and grind kind of way. Every run is so long, everything takes so long. You have to kind of pay attention to what's going on, the items and whatnot. Yeah, sure. I imagine your stuff is a lot more powerful than mine. So you probably don't have an issue. Yeah, it takes a long while. Oh. I know that appeals to some people, it just doesn't appeal to me. What I really enjoy in games, more than anything else, is just hanging out with people and having a blast with people. Gachas don't really do that very well. But streaming helps with that, no matter what I'm playing. Monsters and Memories will be pretty perfect for that, I imagine. One of the reasons I'm really looking forward to that. I'm sure it will be October. It wouldn't lie. White Cactus. Good old Cactus. IMC is dumb. Yep, IMC is real stupid. We are, unfortunately, like it or not, the setting might be very different than most gachas, but we are the real stupid gacha protagonists. Memory loss. Check. Silent. Check. Makes idiot decisions. Check. Not like, are you looking forward to Monsters and Memories? Hold on a second. Wait, what? He just does the same thing again. As he should. You deserve it. I've heard that you're actually quite into Monster Memories. Have you played any Monster Memories recently? Not like, or are you just kind of chilling with it at the moment? Because obviously they're in a state of development right now. Just a little bit. What were you doing on there that's a little bit? Have you been testing out some of the new class changes and things? What if I'm Vernon in the arena? Have you used to go to the ship? Don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, Bellicoat. Social and Stanley stuff. I see. Not interested in those classes. I see. That is reasonable. I think you're pretty locked in on the type of class that you like, right? Do you have a front runner right now for launch? High APM classes, yeah. Yep, that's right. High APM. Stuff like Bard. Bard is the usual go-to if you, without loads of ease of use systems in place, which they are not. Like Bard in, if you mess around with Bard in EQ, like modern Bard, it's all pretty automated now. They have melody, they have like an alternate advancement thing which just auto plays 5 songs. Who is it? Oh god. What time is the EQ stream? EQ EverQuest Legends launches in just over an hour. Whether or not it will be playable on launch, I'm not sure. And maybe that the servers are rammed. But I will try my best. But in Monster Memories, of course, everything is still manual for Bard. You have to really go to town with it. Yeah, you get an AA, an alternate advancement thing, which is like an alternate leveling path that lets you just auto-play 5 songs in your spell gems. And then you can melody another 3, I think, or 4, I can't remember. So you can have like 8 or 9 songs playing simultaneously without you actually having to do anything. Echo Wizguard Glass Panel build. Something I'll be trying to do immediately, if we can actually play, is the first thing I'm going to be leveling up is Wizard and Druid. And that's because once you get to 25 on those guys, you have all of the ports unlocked, all of the teleports, for both Wizard Spires and Druid Rings. And they become rituals in EQ Legends where you can just use them as any class. I think it like bottoms out your mana when you use them. But it means you don't have to swap classes to use them. So I'm going to be leveling those up first. 25. Before I actually get started on like classes that I want to play. That is too much quality of life. Traversing around the world, even just the basic EQ world, that's not it. Even with us, there's a few ease of use things, like there are some translocators and stuff, but even still. You could argue that for loads of the classes, like you could argue it for Bard and Enchanter and all sorts of things, because the other things that they do, but I just think that ports are too important. Important. I know a bit about this kind of thing, but like this is a very different beast to what I'm used to. I'm probably going to be not as confused as you are, but in the same realm of confusion with a lot of the features and things, because I'm not used to modern EverQuest features at all. I know there's all sorts of weird things, like when you have a map in game, when you open your map, you can set it so you have a ring around you, so you can see all of the mobs that are within the ring around you on the map. And if you have tracking, it extends the ring out massively, so like rangers can see everything that's in the zone. They look at their map. But I've never played with anything like that. There's all sorts of weird things going on. Hey, no matter what's going on. Chilling. Oh, you actually bought a new PC? Enjoy. How long do you have to wait for it? Two to 3 weeks. Agonizing. Yeah, at least it's done. That's about debuffs for Mage. Which of the buffs were the Priest first to use? So depending on your evasion, Masalotu might be the best buff that you can give, which is the evasion buff. If not, then you're probably looking at Makautu. which is the defense and magic defense buff. Most of the others not really worth using. Porto occasionally you might use. Maybe. Makati, yeah, sounds good. Nice, Lark. I love to hear you get some sleep, mate. Enjoy. Sleep well. Let's see what the new raid does. I have to use my worst element for it. Oh. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty rough. What happened with the Garda event? I don't know. Has that finished now? Isn't it until the end of the month? I'm not sure. They might be tallying it. Dangerous. Dangerous sneezing on the treadmill. Sorry, everyone. 28. So it should have just finished. Yeah, I'm sure they're working hard tallying that. Yeah. They're really having to burn the candle at both ends. Hard work with that arithmetic. Does the Abyss 4 boss cast light spells? It does. It does indeed. Surrounding him into the woods. Nearly wiped my whole team. Yep. Nearly nuked the whole charm. Yeah, he's a bit of a beast. Team's all dark. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Make sure you Corty. You may do. On higher difficulties, a lot of people actually really struggle with the Abyss 4 boss. He's hard. He has he's much more interesting than the Abyss 3 boss in my opinion. He has like real mechanics. Gonna just swap my MC from Dark to True and How are you, Silket? Yeah, that's not too bad then, Mythic Foot. Hi man, how's it going? Just lurking around. What are you up to today? What have you been up to today? What do you got planned for today? Nothing. I love to hear it. Nothing's great. Just normal daily life stuff. Yeah, sure. I hope all goes well. About an hour now to EverQuest Legends, or the attempts to get into the server. Oh, apparently there are EU servers for EQ Legends. I'm shocked. They must have had so many more people than they thought they were going to. Guess I get some nice ping. Very important in a game like EverQuest. Got Dagger there. Oh, I'm sorry, but like, oh yeah, I missed your message. My apologies. Don't know how I managed to do that. Arena will be exactly the same the second time you go through. Yep. It was just trial and error at the time. Nowadays it's just a case of like looking up the results unless you are a real masochist. Time travel is pretty weird. Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of logical sense. It's not great. Abyss 2 was very rushed. And while they do their best with the dialogue, there isn't really a lot of it. Yeah, MC is really stupid. Probably brain damage, you know. Love a bit of horn. I mean, Gran's not much better. I was talking about the Wizardry protagonist, but Gran is also stupid as fuck. Yeah, pretty much. He's like a little kid. He's like, oh, I'll touch this. Yay, I made the rocks go up. Lulu, did you see I made the rocks go up? Any Mecharashi players out there? Hello, Kara. That's a Granblue gacha. I learned that Relink got more content. It did, it did. Had an expansion. I am, yes, Kara. Well identified. Dark and Earth are our last two grids that need fixing. In this gacha with the 300 pulls, you got some neat SSRs, congrats! Nice! Huge congrats! Running 4 ninjas. Truly living on the wild side. Another dagger. Evened us up to a nice little 4-4-4. Ah, I see Narcos. Perfect, Narcos, perfect. Nah, I haven't bothered unlocking any of that shit. Nor will I. I do my bounties every month though. For the rewards. I took one look at the idea of farming out the Houndmaster, was like, nah, not happening. Got a 4-star blue. Your 5th ball. Nice. Congrats. The main reason I didn't try to build them in Archives, I just hate that it's so RNG. I don't want to it would take quite a long time to unlock them as well. So the idea of going deep into there and not actually getting one that's usable just sucks. Sucks too much. You will get something, That is the way that probability works. If roulette comes, are you gonna pull? I don't know. That's what we'll wait and see. Cool. Yeah, we'll just wait and see. No need to lock ourselves into anything. Elizabeth 4 bounty. Super easy. Nice. Got on the first try. Congrats. Six times to beat him. Had to go back 3 times. Ah, sure. News and updates. It's now available for sale. EverQuestLegends.com. Game launches today at 12 PM PDT. Scratches sound like something that they don't do very often. Books. I don't think we're likely to see scratches again anytime soon. By the sounds of things. Like, they don't even seem to do them every anniversary. It was a long time since the last set of scratches. I can't remember how many years. Someone said. It was the first time I've ever seen scratches, yeah, indeed. It's been a long time since the last ones, apparently. It's not very common for them. I'm pretty sure it was just coinciding with Steam release and everything. And probably like their main story finishing, etc, etc, etc. Yeah, probably not. A billion crystals, holy shit. That's a lot of crystals. Fox needs a billion elixirs. That's almost monthly reset. That will sort your elixirs, probably, Fox. Being at 50 pots. Fox has been out of elixirs for like 2 weeks, no man. He was just burning through Arcarum, not even in Tales of, just before it came out. He was just burning through Arcarum pre-Tales for some reason. It is actually the game having an intervention, yep. The pots will remain gone until the conditions improve. Big for pots, then play PoE 1. Classic. Enrico, he can be good, yeah. Newer players seem to really get on quite well with Ranger. They have quite high base damage. They have versatile attack patterns. Dex. Sage? Probably Dex. They scale off accuracy, not attack power. Gives me time to sleep. You probably should sleep at some point, yes, Voice. I would advise it. Yeah. At least for not helping us out a huge amount there. It's not really an ideal fight for Lucifer. Yeah, you can farm. You can farm a boxing event as much as you want, right? It's potion positive, very potion positive. Don't think anyone has any idea on that, folks. Earth quartz. Why would you need earth quartz anyway? Who's building earth in this day and age? When the earth event comes around, I really need to farm it. Because otherwise we are stuck on... Well, I mean, I could just do it outside of it. But we need anima to unlock the origin classes. We obviously have 0 Yggdrasil anima. Why would we? Yeah, you're the 3rd person to say that today, Nomad. Because apparently there were a lot of high-end players who didn't bother farming M3 because of the way that the game was. And they just didn't have any of them and they had to go back like peasants and scrounge around in M3. Yep. This is my privilege. I shouldn't have to be an M3 player. Dying like 2 seconds flat, yeah, I bet. I'm sure that must have been fun. Is Ninja MC good? Yeah, sure is. I think I have an option after beating Greater Warp 1. You will probably massively struggle with the trial. So don't get your hopes up too much. I imagine the trial is a little bit beyond you right now. But you're welcome to try. When should I do it? Probably after you farmed Alabaster Cave in Abyss 4. And got some gear there. Yeah, you're going to be better off as a fighter. Even if you manage to do it and you change to ninja, you would then be stuck leveling in an advanced class at level 1. Needing weapons as well, needing like kunai or whatever. So you're probably better off as you are right now. But ninja is a really good class. Just later on. Nah, katanas suck. They're awful. They're pretty awful right now. Katanas are for shit. It's hard to say. Katanas are probably for samurai anyway. You'd have to show me the item. Because there's a ninja katana and a samurai katana. And they are not the same. One of the big boons of Ninja MC is you get to use them in your back row as well. You don't really want a front row Ninja MC. You need kunai, probably. They would light armor good, it's okay, yeah. Yeah, you can farm out loads of them if you really want to. I personally wouldn't though. I think it's a waste of time farming that. Should be pushing on to Alabaster. You know how hard Greater Warp 1 is to get the good ending? He is harder. It's really hard to gauge how much harder, but he's harder. Yeah, you will have fought him when he was max corrosion, which is his weakest state. You can have him at a total of 6 sentries alerted, I believe, if I remember correctly. That is the weakest you can have him. And if you do it that way, he's strong, but he's not like unbeatably strong. You should be alright. Especially by the time you get back there, you'll have a bit more gear, have a bit more XP. Since you've got to play through the whole of the Abyss again. You'll be alright. You still got a lot to do before you get back there. A lot of things you have to, a lot of hoops you have to jump through in the Abyss. It'll take you a while. Say what? Whew. Right. Hello, Libra. Please expect high traffic and possible delays logging in as we work to get everybody into the game during launch day. Thank you for your patience. We are in a queue. Average wait time 1 minute. That seems okay. Seems reasonable. Will 1 minute actually be 1 minute? That's the next question. Hey, how are you guys? You play some Baldur's Gate? Enjoy. Hope you guys dominate. In the Shroomy place. Shroomy place is kind of scary. Am I tripping, or why is your game laggy as hell? Hold on, I can test it. It's because I'm tabbed out. Tabbed out on EQ Legends, that's why. Apparently it lags the shit out of the game. It is, yeah, it's huge. Oh, we go. I'm not sure. It's quite lagged out. Ah, no, we're good. Oh, now we're going. It's weird actually getting these weapons, yeah. Getting weapons. Right, let's swap this onto phone. Raid. I am still streaming GBF. Yeah, I am streaming GBF. I'm about to stream EQ Legends, which has just come out. You've caught me during a transitionary period. EverQuest Legends. Okay. 1. 2. 'EverQuest. Save. I don't know. That's the next test, folks. I had to change my shit over first. EQ capture. It's not liking game capture. It is liking audio cap. Okay. We can work with that. Yeah, we probably need to do a window capture for it, don't we? Game capture is not cooperating. Window. Sure. There we go. There we go. There's the money shot. EQ capture. Fucky. Rename. Incubation. EQ capture. Right position. It's always so awkward when a game won't take to game capture. The last time I loaded up Wizardry, it wouldn't even take to window capture. I don't know what was going on there. Hopefully that isn't the case on Thursday, or I'm gonna have a real fucking bad time. I'm gonna be sour. EQ capture. Window capture. Window capture. I adjust this. I just have to sort the vertical view because that's my life now. Yo. Successful vertical view. Okay, I think we can do things now. Right. Okay, here we are. This is EverQuest Legends. This is a new launch. It's like a solo-centric, although it doesn't. I guess it doesn't have to be, but it's a massively empowered like class fantasy server where you get to combine together 3 classes and be a really powerful. This is made by a group of individual people who are endorsed by Daybreak Games, who currently own the rights to EverQuest. And it's really well put together from what I have seen. I haven't actually played it before. This is going to be my first foray into this. As you can see, yeah, it's a very old game, as you say. What is this? This is EverQuest Legends. So, I think I want to be an Ixar. Ixar are the lizard men people, as you can see. This is actually a female. I remember back in the day, like, I found someone who got to like level 40 without realizing that he was playing a female character. Kind of funny. These are what the males look like. They don't really have the old new school features that really indicate that the character's female. This is EverQuest indeed. Right, our primary class, we want to be a monk. My goal here is to make the class fantasy of the ultimate beast lord, which ironically will not actually. I think we go strength. It's been so long. This is a different UI than what I'm used to as well. Like, this is a much more modern UI, so this is going to be a bit of a learning curve for me as well. Do we get points to allocate? I don't know. Does it auto-allocate our points? I actually don't know. I'm used to having like some points to allocate. But I guess we don't have that anymore, maybe? We can change how we look. It's really in-depth. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's very yellow. Oh, we got big scary teeth there. If we pick that, surely our enemies will be very scared of us. Look how scary we are. Like a shark. Is that Mark Zuckerberg? It could be. It certainly could be. Yeah, I guess you don't get to allocate points anymore. Where's Boob Slider? These are the female Ixars, so yeah, I'll let you look through the other races. These are the ogres. You don't need Boob Sliders there, mate. Anyone hungry for that? How about trolls? Yeah? These are froglocks. They're kind of cool. Wood elves. Karens. Like cat people. Humans. Halflings. Gnomes. Wait, gnomes. Half elves. Halflings. High elves. Erudites. You're like super smart dudes. Dwarfs. Dark elves. And barbarians. The male versions here if you want to. Look at that fine dwarf. The beard that you can be proud of. Yeah, this is these are EverQuest characters. These are EverQuest models. They have changed a bit since the original. Actually, no, these ones are the original launch versions, I think. They did some like slightly more modern ones. You like the knockers on the barbarian? All tied together, bandaged together. Is that what you're kind of into? I can respect it. Yeah, Ixar is where we want to be. Monk. Let's do it. Guess we don't get to... Oh, we have to select a prime... Oh, shit! There's a secondary button up here. I didn't even see that. Holy moly. I wouldn't expect to have to pick straight away. I think you're meant to do like mage or something to get a pet to like rock through things. But I don't think I'm gonna fuck with that. I think I'm just gonna go druid as my second druid. I want to level monk, druid, and wizard together so that we can get our ports. Ports suck. It's gonna be an unpleasant part of the game. The original cast. The name is the chosen or served by another player. Okay. Fine. We can be JJWF. That's okay. You played EQOA on the PS2. Recall the models being slightly better. Yeah, so EverQuest Online Adventures was made after EverQuest by like quite a long way. Several years. These are the original EverQuest models. Ah yes, we get a tutorial here. It's about talking to a bunch of Dougs, I believe. From what little I've watched of this. Finally a real game on the stream. Yeah, you're telling me, brother. You're telling me. How are you, by me? I've seen a little bit of gameplay of this. I am completely clueless. I'm going to be overwhelmed by the UI and stuff as well because it's going to be really different to anything that I've ever played with. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Right, so our inventory. To say, oh, we've got any slots. So here we can put any item into these, apparently. We have a letter for Doug. I think we use... Well, we obviously give to Doug. Oh, holy shit, that mouse speed is so fast. We've got basement movement keys here. I'll have a look at that in a second. Guild summons, that's for when we get out of the area, I think. Where's that shot up there? Fuck's sake. Backpack. Okay, we have 3 backpacks with some food, we have some bandages. Now, I think it doesn't really use a typical spellbook anymore. Oh my god, I've got to change that scroll speed. Holy shit, that's so fast. What am I meant... What the hell is going on here? How am I... Jesus Christ. That look speed is way too much. Okay, I'll sort it in a minute. Oh my god, I actually can't... Okay, we're going to have to keyboard turn here. No combat, no. Turn right, yeah, left, yeah. I'll have to rebind a lot of this in a second. This is horrific. This is absolutely horrific. We have our spell bar here. No, this is our stance bar. Oh, interesting. The stances are something that we can shift in and out of. Oh, wait, what is it? Load? Command? Load? Oh yeah, up here. Default modern. I believe this is like a good start. That loading? I think it's loading. Extended target windows. I think that lets you see what has you targeted, but that is a new thing. It's loading the skin right now. Oh, okay, that was what we were on already. Oh no, kind of similar. We have a note for Doug, and I need to change this look speed. It's so horrific. I need to change to strafe on our... Like, this is no good. This is no good. This isn't right. Like, imagine playing an MMO like this. You should be strafing whenever you press left and right. That's absolutely insane. Can't actually deal with that. I'm gonna read what he said in the main chat window. Okay. You just a new recruit. Get your speed before. Once you've gotten your legs under you. Okay, let's talk. Stretch out those legs a bit. Go talk to my old man in the cave to the south. Probably needs something. He usually does. Okay. Do we have a compass here? See which way is south? Oh, we've got a map, don't we? Forgot about that. Okay, so like down over here. God, that looks speed. Okay, I've got to change that right now. I'm actually losing my mind here. Controls? No. System? Hit name flash speed. Pet size. How about pet be tiny? Interesting. Display, gameplay controls. There must be a look speed here somewhere. I'm gonna lose my mind. Hold on. This is unacceptable. This is unplayable. Change look speed. E key. Click on the mouse tab. There ain't no fucking mouse tab. Oh, camera mouse here. Look spring, no. Mouse look, yes. Mouse wheel zoom, yes. Left click pan, yes. Right-handed mouse, fine. Is it this? Y mouse sensitivity? Oh, that's looking up, right? Yeah, we want to ditch the. I don't know what we want these at, like 10%. Yeah, somehow like 10-ish% is still like just about right. How do you play? How do you play like this? Honestly, how would you play like this? How is that 50%? Insane. Absolute insanity. That's enough. Drive me ballistic. Let's do strafe while we're here as well, because like I don't think I can deal with that either. Strafe left A. Strafe right D. How do we get rid of these? If I hit escape, it's probably going to bind escape, isn't it? No. Okay. Okay. Normality. Normality is resumed. Oh, we can play the game. Okay. That's like basic human rights of MMO. Yeah, maybe. Apparently, old man Doug is this. This look speed is arguably still too much, but I can deal with this right now. Mess around with it a bit. This is the cave to set up. Must be in here. Doug's dad. Are you in here? Old Doug. Hi, old Doug. You found old Doug. To engage with old Doug, we need to first target him by something. Yep, sure, he got you. Oh, we've been getting more and more new faces around here. It does my old eyes some good. Anyways, my son sends you to help me. Yes. Help. Well, you see, these old bones ain't quite what they used to be, so getting up and down the merchant gets harder and harder. As the winter's passed, if you could head down there and pick my weekly supplies for me, I'd be most appreciated, okay? Nothing unusual, some food, some bedding, and some shiny new boots. Imagine the Dagina, the merchant down at the Meeks depot. It's all packaged up for my for me like usual. Just to go pick it up and bring it back down to me. Okay, so gotta find it, the Dagina. Oh, Jesus. Text. Scrolling combat text. That's weird. And a health bar under our name. That's so weird. That's so strange. It'll take a little bit of getting used to. Ah, I have seen this before. We kill these. We want to punch these. We do have kill. I'll bind those in a second. They get fucked. I think we can like auto loot these. Auto loot. Our kick is currently on 2. We will, or 3. Sorry, we will change that, but right now it's fine. It's so weird having. It's like all of these features are so strange. Oh. It's so weird seeing numbers jumping out in EverQuest. That's so odd. Health bar, man. This is all too much. Too much to take in. Damn, get fucked. This is a different type of skull. Fragile pet skull. I mean, I guess we'll loot that as well. We're not picky here. This is EQ Legends, yes. You can even see how much XP we're gaining. Kind of weird. We're not exactly coming hot out of the gates here. Especially considering we're a monk. Meant to be slapping these things about. I desperately need to change my kick key, but like the whole UI needs sorting. So we have combat in a separate window, I see already. Nice. Right. Okay, dead dog. Hope you had to get help. This is getting out of control. As you can't see, I've got a bunch of old bones rattling about here. You know, you think I've dried them off, not too much now. The young whippersnapper like you could help me out by knocking a couple of these skeletons about. That would be legendary. Let's see what they did there. Bring me the skull from one of the more rambunctious skeletons and another skull from one of the fragile ones. Okay, so we need to hand in 2 by 2. And this gets us some booties. Rambunctious. So they don't have a... Oh. They do have... Oh, they do have 100% drop. We can do this multiple times. Now, in this version, you can like merge items together. I don't know exactly how it works. Merge item, I'm guessing, is right there. But for now, I think we want to take this and put this in our feet slot, this in our any slot, and we'll chill here for a second while I sort my UI, and then we can kill some more of them and get some more boots. Playing monk. Is that the COD zombie laugh? Yeah, I think it's captioned, although obviously EverQuest I think was before COD. Very iconic laugh. Right, I need to sort everything. I need to sort absolutely everything. Right, anonymous, no, that's fine. Show your helm, that's fine. Use implied healing. When this option is enabled, beneficial spells cast on NPC will hit the NPC's target if it's friendly instead of casting on yourself. I don't think that really makes a difference to what we are doing here. Attack on hostile cast. Toggle whether or not you will start auto-attacking on performing a hostile damaging spell. I don't think that really makes a difference. Attack deadly on right click. You attack deadly. Oh, that's interesting. That if something's red conned, you right click. Wait, you can auto attack something by right clicking it? That's how my. Oof. It's too much for me. Express attack failure. Warning messages. No, that's fine. Express that. No, that's fine. Not for now. Kill this guy. This is real. Yeah, this is very real, Lars. How are you doing, man? Feign death toggle. You're currently feigning death, and press the feign death skill again. You will stand with this option enabled. I should do that. I would have done that in the past. I'm not sure if I should here, because I will probably fuck up using that. Maybe when I get more used to it. Persistent auto attacks, I don't really like that. That's where you attack, you keep attacking. I'm very used to turning auto attack back on after something dies. Great, now I'm excited. Well, buckle up, buckaroo. Ding! Ding! Holy shit. Ding! Oh, we don't actually need to sit here. I forgot. Do we have mend? Oh, we do have mend. So Mend is really powerful here. It's on a very short cooldown, 1 minute 30, and it's just a 25% heal. Monk seems really, really good. I'll train with everyone, that's fine. All of this is fine. Automations. Allow auto duck. Duck to fit into... Talk about whether you will let the game make you duck into small faces. Hey, thanks, Lars. That's so kind of you, man. I noticed you kept up your sub. I really appreciate it, dude. I know I'm not streaming anything that you're really enjoying at the moment, but I appreciate it. I really do. Super kind of you. Ding! Kick request. What if we want this? Like, we'll bind duck and do it manually. Be used to that. Hide corpses. No, I don't think I want that right now. Fast item destroy. Not at the moment. Fast item merge without a confirmation window. Not at the moment. Fast item to tune doesn't really matter. Fast item A push doesn't matter. Mail, we don't need that. Gameplay. We already looked at that. Wait, is that general or is that gameplay? System. Sky type? Oh, we can have a complex sky. Load screen. Yeah, we can have some loading up. Fuck yeah. For our clip plane, we want this out as far as we can go. Target name flash speed, that's fine, I think. Near clip. We want farthest here. Yeah, we might as well. There shouldn't be that much going on. Not like system should struggle under EQ, I would hope. And we're going to be mostly by ourselves. I think active chat window. I mean, that is quite useful. Her windows probably not. Hold Alt for item tools. So fuck, we're meant to kill these jelly bones. What about the other side? Hold Alt for spell tooltips. Ability tooltips for holding it. I don't think we need to do that. That's okay. Master Deceiver turns you into a shrinky dink. It turns you into a dark elf. Yeah. Master Deceiver was an item that eventually got nerfed. Well, kinda. They had like pre-nerf and post-nerf ones. The pre-nerf ones were very, very desired because they were they could be used by anyone. The post-nerf ones could only be used by rogue and bard. You could equip them. I don't know what a shrinky dink is, I'm afraid. Right, controls, key binding. Right, this is an important one. So, auto run walk, we probably want this on like numlock. Center view, that's fine. Duck is. I'm trying to think here what my. We don't really need to have sit bound, do we? But I usually have sit on X. Duck on Z, sit on X. Base fine. Go page down fine. Move back. Let's just clear this. No, move down. No, that's actually useful. Down. Just in case we get stuck on a ladder or something. Commands, auto attack, that's normal. Bank bags, toggle. We probably don't need that. Close inventory bags. Hey Boone! This is EQ Legends. This is like official EQ, but the newest server, which is like a power fantasy. You get to have 3 classes on the same character, and eventually work up to like soloing the whole game. Fortunately, I left these way too long while I was fucking around with this. Destroy item on cursor? I don't think so. UI Buy action. Find player. No. Inspect button. No. New bags. Toggle. Open inventory bags. Does this open all my inventory bags? Yes. Apparently that is also my spellbook. I do want that on that bind, so I have to rebind spellbook. Actually, we could have that on shift B, couldn't we? Wait, what's my... Hold on. Oh, I see. This is specifically your inventory bags, right? Because B already opens all of our backpacks. Right. Run, walk. I don't want that on there. I'd rather just manually toggle it. There's not much point to... I'll just hit that by accident and be annoyed. Stand X. Use in who. Keybinds. Camera and mouse. I think we already looked through here. This is fine. Although honestly, somehow at 10% the sensitivity is still too fucking high. Give this a little mosey on down. Yeah, that feels a little bit more manageable. Honestly, that might still be too much. Somehow like 5% is too much. How are you, Bean? Old engine on new card. Yeah, it might be that. Is there any hope for time for you, Boone, yet? Or are you still super duper busy? What else do we have here? Interface. How Windows? No, we already looked at that. Size. I don't mind having a little small pet. That's nice. Ants vision? Wait, what? Oh, it's like... so bright. Nah, I think it's fine for it to be a bit dark. Alright. I think that's all fine. I don't think... we're going to need to do... the rest of our commands. So, oh, no, we don't want to attack Doug. That'd be bad. Heard of a Bane of the Cosmic Forge on a NVIDIA 6K? Oh dear. Commands. Nope, not commands. Spell casting, I probably do want to do this. So, question 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. D, G, V. Yeah, you have so many spell gems eventually in the version of EQ. I guess we could use shift for some of these. Shift 1, shift 2, 3, shift 4, shift 5, put buffs on them. Or E, G, V. We have enough room for special attacks. The E, F, D. No, we need C in this game. We can't use Q. Now we need TGV for special attacks, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then T. And then we do shift 1, shift 2, shift 3, shift 4, shift 5, shift 6, shift T. That seems to make sense to me. Spellcasting. Now, what are these all being used by? That's the next question. Target. Oh shit. Elevators are up. All sides are fine. Target and myself. So we need cycle through nearest NPCs. We want to target nearest NPC. Target nearest NPC is tab. Cycle through nearest targets we want on shift tab. Shift tab. And toggle last last two targets. I think we want on control tab. And I think that should be fine. These are all of the useful things. So Centel, we don't need that bound there. Next chat tab, we don't need that bound there. We don't need that bound there. We don't need that bound there. UI. Add a window toggle. I don't think we need that. E, what is that? No, we definitely don't need that. Wait. Yeah, it just sets our titles up. We really don't need that. It's super not important. Overlay. God, I don't know what most of these things are. B is our book. We don't really use book anymore. You can like memorize spells through some other thing, I think, in modern EQ. I can't think of anything that I want right now here. We can always set that up later. Hotbar, this is very important. So hot button 1 needs to be E. E. P. G. B. Shift E, Shift T, Shift G, Shift V. That should be fine. We can do Control E, what it's worth. Control E, Control T, Control E, Control V. I need to go through and unbind all of those things to whatever they're doing. Placement, we don't need that. That's invocations. Oof. Yeah, this is. I don't really know. We definitely do want to keybind these essentially, eventually, but I don't actually know. I don't actually know which of these we want to use the most. I guess what we want is offense stance. Probably do those through controls. Shit, can we kill this place? Can we punch up this skeleton, please? We probably want to be able to quickly swap between. Oh my god! Are we not punching this? Can we please punch the skeleton? I'm not asking for much here. What server am I on? I'm on Payneal. Payneal. I'm on a Euro server. I was surprised they had Euro servers. But here we are. Unfortunately, our kick is bound to something else right now. Right. Fall in the grave, help me. We're a whole cycle behind on the other skeletons. Not that it really matters. We're only here just because it's a place for me to set up my shit. Wait, what was that? What did we just cast? Oh, did I just cast something? I didn't really mean to. We have a burst of flame from Druid. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. Yep. I rebound my stuff. So kick. Oh, that's what I'm doing. I see I'm turning off my auto attack because I'm hitting what I think is kick and it's not. Right. That makes sense. Whoops. We can put mend on T. We don't need range attack. We can bind forage to like some shit. We don't need find. We don't need sit. We can mend all we need right now. Oh boy, okay. It's been a very long time since I did all this. And a lot of this I don't even understand entirely. Right. Can we drag this? Oh, we can. Okay, so maybe I don't fuck with this. Although, that said, we could do... I only have a basic understanding of these. Balanced stance is the basic stance. This doesn't cost anything to do. This just gives you balanced stance. All incoming damage is reduced by 10%. Your chance to hit is increased by 10%. Endurance regen, excluding out of combat bonus regen, is doubled. When out of combat, the regen modifier of the stance is active even if the stance is not. So that's really important for us. I think the main stance we want to use is offense stance. This is going to drain our endurance, but I think it doubles the melee damage we deal or something like that. Basic stance is defensive. Offensive stance. Outgoing melee damage is increased by 100% and your chance to hit is increased by 25%. Every point of bonus damage dealt consumes an equal amount of endurance. The reduction based on your strategy skill. Okay, cool. So if we put that on control 2, then we can swap pretty easily. How long is the lockout on this? I mean, smart swapping. Okay, they're not too long. Those are the only two that we really have access to right now. Oh, no, we can use Striker stance as well, right? Outgoing weapon skill abilities deal 3 times damage and non-weapon skill abilities deal 5 times damage. So we need this bound too. Striker stance. Yeah. Control 3. So this is going to make our kick hit like a fucking train. It is an unk game indeed. Do we want to shift into this when we pull mobs, I think? Because we're going to kick them really hard. And that's our thing. We kick things hard. Lazy Fox hasn't even unlocked PvP for the easy level of XP a day. Damn, Fox. That is lazy. That's okay. Magic stance. I have no idea what's going on here. So Striker stance. Kick. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucking railed. We just kicked this kid for 5 points of damage. Fucking idiot. Okay, maybe I will. Yeah, you can be Froglock. You can indeed be Froglock. Magic stances. Channeler stance. All incoming damage is reduced by 40%. Your chance to successfully... Wait, what? Have mitigated damage is changed to both mana and endurance. Oh, okay. With a reduction based on your strategy skill, sure. I don't think that's like super important, although we could use it as a kind of welfare. Miss shit. We can use it as a welfare. What am I saying? Use it as a welfare defensive stance until we get defensive stance. Empowering Invocation adds 20% plus 10% per additional non-hybrid casting class to damage effects, and it costs 20% more mana. We definitely don't want anything to do with that. By an Invocation, spending mana will heal the group member with the lowest HP percentage by that amount. For every additional Wisdom class, this will repeat heal of 33%. Wait, does this cost? Oh, I see. It's when you spend mana. Right, okay. Overchannel. This is really important for landing spells on raid bosses. So this is actually super duper important. So let's do Overchannel 4. Inversion is the thing that reduces spell. This reduces the cast time of spells massively. Yeah. 20% of the mana cost is... Oh, goes into half as much of the endurance cost, so it kind of saves us as well. Recovery Invocation, you regenerate mana twice as fast. The spells have a 5% reduced mana cost. Cool. Unyielding. Health regen, excluding out of combat bonus regen, is doubled. Oh, this is like just a recovery stance. And it gives you... control resistance. Okay, we don't really need a lot of that. I feel like the most important things here are Overchannel, which is super important. Overchannel. Yeah. Our base is probably recovery stance. Recovery. Not on here. Oh, here, recover. And then we want... What's Mage Hunter? Oh, we don't have Mage Hunter. That's why I couldn't see it. Oh, we probably want Inversion? But casting doesn't actually matter. Really matter that much? I'm going to be using that for, like, quick heals. Yeah, I guess so. Now we need to... Oh, fuck. Skelebones are back up. We've been here enough to get to level 3 off these shitty skeletons. And that's just the way it is. The way it is. Right, we need to sort the rest of our key bindings. We got a load of doubled up things, I think. And then we should be good to go. We need to find the things that those are doubling up with. Last person to send me to tell... I don't care about that. Don't really want R bound either. R is kind of an annoying thing because it pulls up your chat window. I kind of hate it. That one here. R. Commands. Reply. Somewhere. Reply must be somewhere around here. Yeah, come out, chat. Let's just get rid of this. I'm not going to be talking to anyone anyway. I hate people. Odious weapons are pretty interesting. Yeah, the new one seems very good. Not gonna lie, having 2 uni weapons in my grid. Isn't uni the supplemental damage weapon? Where'd you get these from, Fox? Where'd you get these magical uni weapons from? Like, crits are so bad that Dark Star outperforms them. You're OP, Fox. You got all the shit. The hell, that's fine. This Terror, that's fine. We need to find all of the various things and get rid of them. Probably paste from clipboard. No, that's alright. Hit window toggle, no, we don't need that. Find item window, no, we don't need that. Oh, window, we do want that somewhere. We whack this on like this. And the rest of these are on like hotbar pages. Yeah, get rid of this shit. We don't actually ever want to change our hotbar page. We won't have that many hotbar. Unless, do we? I think this might be the version of EverQuest where you can pull. Oh, is our inventory full? Yeah, just give me a second, bro. Give me a second. Our inventory's just full of fucking skulls. My bad. My bad, brother. Oh, of course, we don't need to go back to that. We have a loot window for that. It's so weird. So strange. We are going to be able to make use of all of these boots. I'm not really purposely staying here farming them. It's more just a good place for me to set up my UI. Which I'm very slow at because I haven't seen this UI ever. All of this new stuff. Just fragile. Rambunctious. Oh, we have more rambunctious than fragile, don't we? Because there are two fragiles. We can whack another one of these in our any slot, and we can like merge up. Oh yeah, these give. Oh yeah, these have clicks on them. I forgot. These give speed or something. Fills you with the spirit of travel, increases. Oh shit! This is cheetah. This is like cheetah speed. This is like super increased speed, but it gets broken when you get hit. That's really useful. Hi, Senna. Yeah, it's like Light's version of Pain and Suffering. Hell yeah, it does, Lucy. It's a lot if you're hitting a lot of times, but it's not that much if you're not. Like obviously if you're hitting 10 times there's an extra 500k per hit, right? Which is kind of nuts. Yeah, it depends. Right, do we want to merge these? Oh, we've got a pet window as well, don't we? Which we're not using right now, but we will be later. So we should put... I think we can only put one of these in. Wait, we can put loads of these in here? I don't think that works. I don't think that works, having multiple pairs of boots. We can whack one of those in there for now. Then we merge the rest of these, maybe? Place another copy of the item in the merge slot to combine. I'm not too fussed about these things. We've already got loads of rambunctious skulls. I guess it's XP. Oh, we got a moat. These are items that you can use to merge things without having to have an extra copy of the item. Adjusted. Oh, we can. Okay, we can't pick difficulty in the thing, but in this game there are multiple different difficulties. And the higher the difficulty, the more XP you get, the better the loot you get, but it also gives the mobs extra classes and makes them really tough. Shouldn't be giving advice on a game I deleted my account on. Wait, did you delete your account on Granblue, Ariel? Holy moly. This is classic EQ, or does it have QNARC? No, this is absolutely not classic. It only has the classic zones, but it's nothing to do with classic. Like it's like a power fantasy. You get 3 classes. Yeah, I also respect it. Only gacha is wizardry. Delete everything else to avoid the temptation to go back. Yeah, good for you. As always, bet anyone who quits a gacha through whatever means. There's only classic zones in right now, and they have like 5 planned expansions or something. I think the first one is going to be QNARC, but then they're not following the usual trend of like Valius onwards. I don't know exactly what they have planned for it. I need to sort this shit. We're in a tragic state right now. Just all so overwhelming. Right, what was I doing? I was trying to merge these, right? No, that's not how you do it. Merge item? You must place another copy of this item in the merge slot. Merge slot. Merge item. Oh, place item. I see here. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then they're +1. I guess we... wait. This is a click effect. Click effects. EQ Legends. They have to be certain levels before you can extract them. And I don't totally understand this. So, Legend extraction system. Exaltations, that's what it's called. Click, it's level 2. So we have to get this to at least level 2 so we can extract it, extract the effect on it. It does seem to. It's a little bit hard for me to explain right now because I'm trying to learn as well, and I don't know all the details of it. But yeah, you can kind of just do everything in the game by yourself. It's just like a big power fantasy thing. Be upgraded. Sure, you want to merge. Can I do this? Can I do it this way? I guess we'll test it and find out. If I merge this and it won't upgrade. Ah, yeah, it fills it halfway up. It actually gives it a little XP bar. And then we can merge this, and this will go to tier 2. You can see as we go to tier 2, the stats on this slightly increase. And now we have the ability to take out this exaltation, I believe. Yeah, like we can pull out the exaltation on the item. So we can now take the this boot thing and put it onto another set of items. That's cool. We can also in here merge this, and that's increasing that one too. I'm learning here. I'm sorry, everyone. Right. We need to unbind all of these. And then I don't know where the other binds are. The ones that are making those red. I don't know where they all are. Not in the hotbars, are they? No. Target? Anything here? No. Broadcasting. 7. Yeah, they don't know what they're interfering with. Movement. I genuinely do not have any idea what those are interfering with. Oh, okay. No, I do understand what T is interfering with. What's Shift 7 interfering with? What? Sorry, Shift T. What's Shift T doing? Oh, because I have these on here. Oh, I've made a huge mistake. I'm an idiot. Shift T is not an acceptable button. We want Shift C. So Shift. C. Oh, but C is con, right? That's fine. Hold on, let me redo this. So E. G. B. Shift E. Shift T. No, Shift G. B. Shift D. Control E. E. Control G. Control B. Control C. Not sure what I'm doing with this. We might need to use the top button actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, what on earth is that getting used by? Worry about that later. Okay. We're gonna be stacked out with these boots. Okay. Right. I don't really want mend on there. We can have mend on, I don't know, B. The question is, where's the conflict with all of these abilities? It doesn't seem to be doing anything bad. It doesn't seem to be launching anything crazy into outer space when we press it. Not be that bad, whatever it is that it's conflicting with. The claim window toggle, we don't need that. What is that conflicting with? I really don't know. Ooh, somewhere on here, right? Reset heading. Don't need that. Don't need that. No. I don't think it really matters. Right, let's see what we want to do with these. Skull. We do need a pair of boots for Doug as well. Let's just put Skull. Fragile. Fragile. Anxious. Anxious. Fragile. rambunctious. Everything else rambunctious? So, a massive overflow of rambunctious. I don't know if we can sell these. I have no idea. I guess we'll keep it. Oh no, value absolutely nothing. So they are not doing anything for us. Right, so we can upgrade these. I'll kill these dudes for their fragile skulls again. I don't think we should bother with the other side. I think we are tapped out. Right. So these we can upgrade. To another two to here. Now we have 3. We have a lot of feet. We have 3 plus 2 beats of the long road. We could increase the pets one, but I think it's probably fine as it is. We could increase our main copy. Yes, we could do 1, 2, 3, and make 1 more. And we'd probably call it a day on the old boot farming. I didn't really mean to stay here for this long, but I just got caught up with the UI. I think things merge all the way up to +10, which is like a huge amount of stats. Crazy how functional this is. All these windows and things. Oh, is that already 3? Oh, we're probably nowhere near, are we? Yeah, we're probably nowhere near. It's because it takes so many boots. Yeah, it takes so many boots. Oh, yeah, of course. It's like multiplicative, right? Yeah, it makes sense. So there's not really that much point in doing that. We could do the pet one, I guess. Cool. Let's destroy the rest of these skulls. Gonna have to anyway. We can't sell them. A bunch of fucking rambunctious skulls. What do we do with this last one? I guess we'll kill one more set of these skeletons. And then we'll head out. Probably D to respawn. What about map? I think we have to do some stuff on map. We don't have the ring here, and I remember you have to turn something on to get the ring. I do not have a clue. It is out, Radius. It is here. It's here. And map, no, not that. There's some kind of button you can press to like have a ring around you to see all the mobs inside of it, but I have no idea what it is. Edit map? I doubt it's that. Don't know why I thought it might be that. Show labels, groups, names. I don't think it's that. I'll have to look it up later. Don't think I can see it here. It doesn't really matter for now anyway. Right, yeah, there is a way you can get a circle around you where you can see all of the mobs within it. It's kind of cool. We can put this in storage. Oops. I'm not sure. I think we have a storage somewhere as well that we can put stuff in, but again, so much stuff to navigate. Option, advancement, action, inventory, achievements. Yeah, I clearly need help. That's the money shop. I don't think there's anything crazy in here. It's just like, yeah, it's just your basic quality of life stuff. Dragon's Horde, that's the storage. I just don't know. I don't even know how you look at it. I have absolutely no idea. Speedrunner to get full Lambent armor. Is Lambent in? I can't actually remember. Yeah, all the Lambent stones, right? The old Lambent stones. Got a few more boots for the road, and I think we can probably bounce out of here. Thanks, Doug. It was nice meeting you, mate. Yeah, I remember the dark blue. I remember the color. I remember the color so much. So we have to go to a cave, which is like up here somewhere, right? Like on the map. The magic of science. It's actually on the other side. Completely turned around. The magic of modern technology. We have a map. Crudely drawn map. Oh, we can use our boots, right? Useful. So we have like super speed as long as we're not getting hit. Hello, Doug. Oh, Doug. Oh. Oh shit! No, we have to give them. Actually, I don't even remember what we have to do. We have to go to Dougetta, right? I think she's in here. Dougette. Dougina, is it? Dougina. Right, what do we need to do for you? You must be the new recruit. Welcome to our village. Everyone here is wildly self-sufficient, except old Doug, up in the cave. So I only have supplies from in stock. Ah, okay, this is just teaching us how to use a merchant, I think. Package for old Doug. Thanks, Dougina. Change your UI scaling to 2 times. Really? You'll be alright. Nah. The problem's with the system. It's not with you. Don't worry about it. Alright, I'll Doug it. Here you go. You go, mate. If you can get some more work, okay. Oh, he doesn't need it. Oh, ask more work to sure. We go and ask Doug if he needs more work done. Old boots. Oh wait, he gave us boots as well? Did he just give us more of these boots? He must have done. We go down to Doug. We can swim really well because we're a lizard as well. Vegetables? We need to make a forage macro, actually. We're going to do foraging. I might just not bother hitting forage and worry about it later. Hi, Doug. More help? That was the command, wasn't it? Oh. More work. More work. Finished up with Pops, eh? Good, thanks for taking those supplies up to him. I see you gave him his old boots. I hope they fit. You had a chance to check them for holes. You just want more thing for me. Yeah, that says east of here. Check on my grandfather. You'll know him when you see him. Okay. East. Look at that. Yeah, this is more new stuff. I don't know if this is modern EQ stuff or whether this is something they've invented for this game, but they are quite powerful. They're quite a big deal. Oh, I see. That just takes us up to here. Okay. And he wants me to take a pair of the boots back to Doug, right? Sure. Oh, I need to probably scroll up to what the text was after I handed in the things. Douglas, train of thought. Train of thought. Gonna do with 2 pairs of boots, you silly goose. Back in my day, I used to merge my gear together to make to make it extra strong. Give you a great as I mentioned, but maybe I bet you can't merge 2 pairs of boots together and give it a shot. Go back to my grandson, tell him you finished checking on me or whatever. I don't think there's much balance. I mean, like, there is some kind of balance on the go, but I think it's mostly about power fantasy, honestly, Lars. Finished. Your primary class is locked in and unchangeable once you reach level 11. At least until you unlock additional primary race and class options. Make sure you're happy with your choices before you reach level 11. Near the options window can be found on O. EQL button is very important. Well, This is very important. You're absolutely right. The target, group delegate, mark, pair, error information blocked, buffs, peaceful. Right now. Any claims? Oh, you have any mail? Congratulations. You've earned your first alternate advancement point. Oh, I did? Shit, I didn't even realise. Fuck yeah. I'm already winning at this game. You can change difficulty through there. You can also change it through here. Right here, right? Yeah, here. Oh, what's the command to do picks? That's pick zone, right? How do you spin your own instances up? Zone, is that maybe through here? Can you do that through here? Instance information, it must be this. Add? No. I have to Google this. How make own instance? EQ Legends. Red icon on the bottom right. Making my way downtown. This one. This one. This is just difficulty. Oh, you can create instance through here as well. Yep, thanks, Lars. I don't know if we have charges of this, because this is something that you have to earn charges of over time. Obviously, we can't do that here anyway because we're in tutorial. Right. When you're ready to leave, feel free to stop by and talk to Judge Junior. If you want to check your bank, I don't think we need to check our bank. I think we're just good to go. When you're ready to leave, just let me know. Actually, there's one more thing. One more thing. I don't know what that is meant to mean, but I think we're ready to leave. If you're ready, I'll send you off. Otherwise, feel free to hang out here a bit longer. Unfortunately, you won't be able to come back here. We will miss you. Good luck out there. I think we've dawdled around here for fucking long enough. I would love to know how to put this in my storage. I don't know how it works. I do not know how storage works. Is there any information on here on storage? Oh, storage? Is that it? Only excitation items can be stored in there. Okay. Oh, we've got loadouts up here. Oh no, that's on inventory. Oh, the storage tab is on inventory. I'm silly. I did not see that. Can we put this in here? Put this in here anywhere? I guess the storage is just for equipment. Equipment, clickies, exhortations, currencies. Okay. We can't put those in currency. Yeah, modes. Can we not put the motes in there? The mote of infinitesimal potential. Yeah, can we not put this in here? Was it? Was it all? Ah, was it all? There we go. Okay, okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Very much not used to this. I'll send you off. I think so. I think so, my good man, Doug. I think we've dawdled enough here. Okay, so this is New Cebolus. I've seen pictures of this. This is New Cebolus. This is not a vanilla zone. This is where you start as an Ixar here because there's no Kunark. And this place is the main reason I wanted to play a Ixar because they have all of the shit together in one place. It seems like a really great hub. You can change your race and stuff later on. Yeah, it is really cool. I think they've actually opened up a newbie area here as well, somewhere in here. So this is spells, Shadow Knight, Paladin. They've got a Sarnak in here. What's he doing here? Bard songs. The fuck is that thing? Constructed potential. What do you do? Music are one is this. Oh, this is this. You combine motes together to make a bigger mote. You got the strength like. Congratulations, man. I do not know my way around here at all. This is a non-vanilla zone. Oh, is this the newbie area that we're in up here? Hold on. Great instance. Do I have a window for that? Maybe it's because I can't do it in here. Pick. What's it? Guess I can't do that in here either. Like some decaying skeletons up here. Don't really know if this is where we want to be. I feel like we should maybe just head out to like report area. Shadow Knight spells, Beastlord spells. We need Druid spells, right? Rangers here. I also don't know how we take on our third class. Loadouts. Add. Additional. We want to do wizard. Maybe we don't get it yet. Maybe we need like level 5 or something. Oh, okay. Those are the same. I see. This is so much. I don't know how we delete that. I don't actually know where the delete button is. Edit. Current equip? No. Let rain, no. I don't know. I just want to delete that. I don't know how to delete it though. I have absolutely no idea. Right, I guess that's there now. I guess that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. I don't think we can take on a third class yet. Double 10, okay. Ranger. Wizard spells. Shaman spells. Enchanter spells. Cleric spells. Druid spells. Druid spells. We don't need that. Budding heal. Oh, that's a heal over time. That's incredibly useful. Gate. Very, very useful. How much money do we have? Whoa, we have so much money. What the hell? Silver, 3 copper. 1 gold. Okay, that's too rich for my blood. Jesus. No, multi-millionaire over here. I guess we buy Budding Heal. Probably buy all of this like lower level stuff, right? This isn't the best place to use this. I think you can do spells somewhere else. But I could not tell you where. Like I don't think you use the book anymore. Spellbook K? No. I think there's a window somewhere where you can look at all the spells. But yeah, it's beyond me right now. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Do we want any of this stuff? Skin like wood, we should probably get that. Don't have that already, right? Drag spells from book to the memorization bar? Yeah, there's a window that you can look at where you have all of your spells, and you can even look at the spells that you're missing. But I don't know how to navigate to it. I have no idea. Like you don't. I know in modern EQ you don't really use the spellbook anymore. It's just there for the sake of it. Sense Animal, we don't need that. Endurify, we don't need that. Dance of Fireflies, we don't need that. Lull Animal, we don't need that. Ward Summon, no. Burst of Fire, we could. Probably not really necessary. Whirling Wind is similar, but it stuns. We already got Budding Heal. I guess we should get Cure Disease because bunch of shit in her. Camouflages are Invis. Wake Lightning. I guess. Oh, we need to actually hand in our thing as well. I forgot we had a summons. I don't know if we should be combining. I don't know what we should do with these boots. We just got a load of random boots lying around. What about the pet one? Merge. This is just increasing our weight cap right now. I guess we whack the rest into here. To save ourselves some space. We can put something like wood on here. Definitely want that. We want budding heal, I guess. We're not actually high enough level to use this yet, are we? We are level 3? No, we're level 2 apparently. Oh yeah, the other level we got was an A8. Yeah, so we can't use that. I think we can use this bar as well. We should move this to like somewhere functional, something. Oh, really mean to extend that. It's large enough as it was. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, I guess. What's this amount to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This must be shift 1, right? No. Oh, we're sitting. Maybe that's why. It is shift 1. Excellent. Excellent. Where are our buffs? Where the oh, they're on our character. Oh. The ogre gets a greater failure. There's a translocator, I think, somewhere or other. We need to find our trainer. Where would, if I were a monk trainer, where would I be? I don't like Guildmaster, Warrior Guildmaster. Beast Lord Guildmaster, Monk Guildmaster. Now we're cooking. Get round kick at level 5. Here you are, sir. A shackle of dust. Shackling. Cool. Let's bounce. If we can play around with the difficulty stuff. In a Freeport, maybe. I like this place is a really good hub. You have to like fuck around with it if you're not an XR. Hey, XRs suck. Arseholes, aren't they? Control G. God, this is so strange. This is trippy seeing this stuff. Seeing this stone. It's been a long time. Can we change difficulty here? Whack this decayed skeleton. Don't really need bone chips, do we? We can wait. We can auto sell stuff, right? Auto sell. Don't think we need bone chips, right? Do anything bone chip related? Yeah, this is crazy shit. We could auto store it, I suppose. We want to save bone chips. I don't really think. It doesn't take up inventory space. It's real weird shit. Did she hate us? No, she doesn't hate us. Can we change the difficulty here? Pick difficulty. Difficulty. Pick difficulty. Pick difficulty. Can we not? I don't know. I figured that's how you change the difficulty. There is trade, yeah. The create instance is not working either. I wonder if I'm doing something wrong. Pick difficulty. I'm in combat? Right, okay, so we can... Oh, through pick we can change difficulty, I guess. Don't know how we make our own instance, though. Yeah, let's see. Let's go to 4 and see how badly we get rocked. See, 4, the mobs will have 2 classes on them, and will probably be really tough. Oh, that would have back here. Okay. I changed to a 4 down here. That's nice. I don't know how I think we're gonna fuck us up. I think aggro range is increased as well. You don't really need to weave songs, Lars, because you can just use melody. This is a warrior monk. Pretty spooky. That's pretty spooky. Should at least memorize our heal, probably. Oh, actually, can we even do that? No, we can't. Okay. Burst of flame, minor healing, minor healing. Wait. Someone's rocking things out with a pet. Smart. That's all that's really important, I think. Right now at level 2. So we go... Charm kiting, I think. Charming. The warrior monk. Oh, there's a guard there. It's probably not safe. So, dying doesn't really matter in this version. Not really a big deal at all. Yeah, we're gonna Freeport. I didn't expect there to be a guard right there. I completely forgot. Oh god, there's a mummy. Well, that's definitely gonna kill us again. It's a good thing that dying doesn't matter. Darn mummies. Get very, very real. Let me try again. I was not expecting the mummy there. Oh god. Is again. Not interested in you, mummy. Got nothing to do with you. We don't have feign death yet, do we? Kills. Don't think so. Really, really strange getting used to all of this. Armadillos. Bellybone. The warrior cleric. That's going to heal itself. So we go. We buff ourselves. If one, right? Just try to train myself to use the key bindings. And then we do striker's stance. Then we swap to offensive stance. There's a guard right there. Oh, got a kick in striker's stance there. So these aren't particularly strong. This is difficulty 4. These are still pretty weak. It's so weird seeing like armadillos running around with enchanter pets because they have second classes. It's so strange. Right, I think we want to zone over here. I think that's probably the best thing, so that we're nowhere near this guard. Multiple guards, in fact. Fire Beetle's pet. It's really trippy. We are looking specifically for skeletons because they can have gear on them. He's this nasty boy over here. Warrior Necro. Strikers. A moat. Ooh. I guess we want that on auto loot. Just clicking so. Yeah, I find it really hard to click in MMOs. I find it ultra hard. Oh, he's fighting something. Okay. We've got a. We're still on 1. No, we're on 4. Okay, we reset. Pick. Don't know why that's not working. But we want to swap to this. Ooh, there's orcs on here. This is a warrior shadow knight, so this will harm touch us. Presumably. Got a little flame lick. Attacking us for breakfast. Got a nice big kick in. Strikers. So weird, like them all having these crazy abilities at level 1. Oh, we can mend ourselves as well. We can't forget that. Didn't make XP too easy to get. Yeah, they didn't make it too bad. So yeah, you can see here because we got a rusty bastard sword +3 immediately. We can't use that, of course, because we're a monk. But if we could, then that would be excellent. This is a Deathless Pawn. This is a monk. This is a warrior beast lord. Oh, there's another one right there. The rat buffing itself. Quite a lot of orcs around here. Kind of scary. There's a warrior shaman. To presumably heal itself? At least don't seem too bad. I think I was a bit hesitant here. I was a bit scared of what they were going to do to us, but I think this seems fine. Maybe it's our boots. We're probably being carried by our boots of the long road. It's all planned. Yeah, it's so strange seeing like a load of mobs with random shit. Rusty shortened spear. Again, unfortunately not something we can use. But actually, we probably can, right? We're druid. This is probably better than our fist. But it is a weapon that we're not trained in. Not sure. Oh no, it's not druid usable. Okay, never mind. This is a warrior beast lord. I don't know where this thing's pet is. Maybe it's too low level for a beast lord to have a pet, which is sad. Oh, is that? Have I got that bound to the wrong thing? Oh no, I just can't use my keyboard apparently. It's so weird to see floating combat text coming up all over the place. This thing actually doesn't stand a chance. I almost feel awful for it. Wow, this guy's got pants. So lucky. So lucky. Imagine that. The warrior rogue, so we need to not turn our back to this. Though I think they can front stab. Rogues can front stab here. Oh, I should cast. That thing really doesn't want anything to do with me. We can nab this one. Don't want to get too close to Freeport, of course. These guards will absolutely annihilate us. Exiles like us have ruined our own lands. Interrupted? How can we be interrupted? We're not moving. That's strange. Highest person in your service level 6. That guy is a monster. No! OP. I've not been able to successfully cast a spell yet. I'm not sure why that is. It's constantly getting interrupted. Like, I'm not moving. I'm not sure why. No, not fizzling. It's just interrupting. It's just getting interrupted at the end of the cast. I don't know why. Weird. I'm sure there's a really good explanation for it, but I don't know what it is. No, I'm not moving. I'm like dead still before I start casting, and I don't move at the end. He's a paladin, so it's just chilling out, lay on hands and stuff. There's a lay on hands. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Shit. Great for us, is it? We are kind of fucking these things up though. So maybe it's okay. The channeler stance, right? Actually decreases our incoming damage at the cost of our mana. We're not really using for any other purpose right now. It is a luxury, yeah. Scope out to see if there are any more orcs running at us. This is yellow. We don't need to target ourselves, do we? Actually, auto targets here. So our heals are fine. I just can't seem to. I can't seem to land a spell for the life of me. Mage Pet is the OP strat early here, I think. Having any ability to trouble using Shadow Knight says, yeah, it's weird. Oh, Burst of Flame seems to land. It's weird. Just Flame Lick. Can't get Flame Lick to land. I don't know why that is. I'm sure, again, there's probably a really good explanation for it. I don't know what it is. He's got a scimitar. Scimitar could be ours. Kind of busy fighting this warrior mage right now. That is a level higher than me. Tagged it while I was here. This damn Centurion is hanky as fuck. Still don't really know how this pick difficulty great instance thing works. I wonder if I can do it off of pick. Oh, I can't use it in combat anyway, can I? Providing level 2, level 3 mobs. Yeah, it doesn't change their levels. It changes their like classes and stuff. Weird to see Meditate going up instead of running around because you don't have to sit here. Wait, what's our clicky? The warrior monk. Gonna kick us into oblivion. We take multiples at once. I really want to focus on the humanoids because that's where all the money's at. Got a cracked staff! Oh my word, Lars. What on earth? Must be nice. A truly charmed existence. Cracked staff in 2026. Fucking hell. You actually are OP. You're the 1%, mate. Turning my auto attack off. It's silly. Not another Centurion. These things are so tough, man. It was level 6. What the fuck? What is this? This is madness. Can we even fight this? I don't know. It's pretty scary. I don't think we can. The Centurion may be better than us. Level 6. Insane. Truly insane. They let bards dual wield. Yeah, I think everyone gets dual wield straight away. Level 6. Really insane shit. I'm really confused as to how this button works down here. Like, it's not... It's weird. Because we can change the difficulty through pick, but I don't seem to be able to, like, launch a... Oh yeah, I forgot. Thought that would reset us over here. This is a big live and learn at the moment. Really don't want to fuck with that zombie. Level 6 zombie. I don't even really know what athletics are. Does that affect like feign death? Be a bit careful here because the guards. No. Really to remember to use the stances properly. Lay on hands. The old paladin. The old paladin skeleton. Must be a druid, yep. Easy resist. Oh, never mind. Never mind. We are very snared. Easy getting snared. A rusty longsword. I'm a bit spooked by those these guards. A bit brutal. Coyotes, no, coyotes are cool because we're druid. I think there are enough skeletons out here, really, are there? Yeah, I think we have to say back over. Legionnaire is what we really have to worry about. Orc pawn pick. I don't think we need that. We can just sell these, right? Auto sell. We should have done that with items as well. I don't think we have much use for the longsword +3. It's pretty, yep. Base and weight. I got Cause of Distance 2 when I hit level 2. And didn't go to trainer, it disappeared. Yeah, I think that happens with some stuff. I'm not sure of the mechanics. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's good stuff. Maybe. Depending on how it works. Yeah, we don't have an F bound, do we? Getting skeletons everywhere. Is this guy? No, he's devious. He's okay. Not gonna kill us. Love to not get killed. Warrior Ranger. What's that gonna do? Nothing. That's what. I don't know what was going on with that one Centurion that was level 6. He was absolutely cracked out. So many people here. Someone like Asmon would play this. I hope not. Sure, I hope not. I see, are those like mutually exclusive? I guess they are. I figured like maybe you could have a melee stance on and a caster stance, but I guess not. I guess they share like stance as a stance. Or he knows EQ. Yeah, maybe he does. Yeah, offensive stance is just double. Oh, does something. Small cloth cap. Oh yeah. Sign me up. I think we just auto sell these. That's actually huge gains. How much AC are we talking about here? 4 AC. Holy. Holy. I'm not sure. We should probably go somewhere else. So many people here. I don't know where to go though. Like, obviously I want to go over to Befallen at 5 because that's like the thing to do. But it's still so early. Snakes. Like a big boy legionnaire. Oh, it's not that big. Oh wait, that reaches right? No. They're running so fast. There's 5 people in the zone. 5! Outrageous. We could start killing the rats, I guess. Like the other mobs. I don't really know where to go. Yeah, that's the big thing. You get AAs constantly. You get them while leveling other characters as well. And where's my cracked staff, huh? Oh. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. 632. I wonder what our ratio is right now. If we equip this and we can't sell it. Its value is 1 platinum. 1 platinum! Although that probably doesn't really matter that much, I don't know. Like once you get to Befallen, the loot will be crazy, won't it? One platinum, actually, so insane. I feel like we just use this. If I put it in my offhand as well, then we'll dual wield it. with our fist. That is actually huge gains. Maybe we were dual wielding anyway. Actually, you dual wield with your fists anyway, right? Where's skill window? Everything's a mystery in this game. Oh my god, no. 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 That is a big Orc Centurion. Please, no, sir. Don't be like that. Don't be like that to me. No, sir. Sir, please. No! How could you do this to me? Kill this rat. Sir, please. Like level 1,000,000. Not right. Just not right. Level literally 6,000,000. I'd run him to the guards, but you know, the guards will kill us too. It's the only downside. This kind of stuff's actually kind of popping off. Doesn't look like we were dual wielding there. We didn't get any punch attempts. That's weird. They're not offhand. Yeah, Flame Lick, for whatever reason, really doesn't want to cast. I have no idea why. Punching now. Oh, maybe I haven't trained dual wield. Maybe I need to train it. Hello, Rowan. It's going okay, thank you. How are you? Maybe Monk doesn't get it straight away. I don't know. It's all a mystery to me. Everything is a mystery to me on this server. Excellent. I love to hear that, Ryan. I don't know, this, so. When did you start dreaming in general? A couple of years ago. It is almost 2 years ago. Right. Lord Convalera's release date was 30th of July. Oh, cloth gloves. Yeah, we're twinks out. I don't know why I keep trying to use Flame Lick to tag things. There's a little bit of server lag. You streaming in Twitch? Yeah, I am, Rowan. I'm streaming in Twitch and Kick. Oh, has my text got down on my screen? Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, guys. That's odd. Where's our multi-chat gone? Why is our multi-chat not showing? Well, that's an odd one. Okay, it's showing on there. Why is it not showing on here? Ah, because when I redid the capture, I didn't drag it down far enough. Oh no, we're blind. We've been blinded by an Orca Predators. There we go, fixed. Are we facing it? I think so. We are punching it. That was silly. Sorry, everyone. Nobody said that chat had come off the screen. Like, can you stop chain casting darkness, please, Mr. Orca Princess? Is that really necessary? I don't think we need this illegible cantrip. It's alright. Like, can we? You want to ask me something? Sure. What's up, Rowan? First help I bought was 3-star green. No, they're not guaranteed white. Get really good ones. I'm still not going to buy any of those. No, I wouldn't be interested in any of those things. Thank you, though. I was waiting for it. Probably need to go back to Clueless. Where can we go? Suddenly can't remember anything about EverQuest. Right, Nereat. Well, I'm pretty sure if we go into Nereat, we're gonna get pretty fucked. Everyone kills XRs. Everyone hates XRs. There's a little undead camp right next to Nectalos Forest zoning. That's going to be way too high level, though, I think, still. There's like zombies and shit there, right? I think it's zombies, even mummies born in there. That's a level 3 Centurion. We could probably deal with that. Yeah, they'll do that, won't they? So, store? Auto store. These we want to store as well. Foolishly. In my inventory. Storage. Currencies, right? Was it all? Was it all? Okay, we're getting used to it. We're getting used to it. It's so weird to see bats healing themselves. Pants. Pants. That looks like a great stuff. Missed so many times. Dodged us. Jesus. Oh, interesting. Guess they don't have the weapon that they have on them necessarily. What class stack am I? I'm just a monk druid right now. I don't think we get the 3rd class for a while. Wish I could look at my skills here. Skills. Dual wield. Dual wield. We do have dual wield. Is it just because our dual wield is very, very, very poor? We're not. Kick. Go here. Punch. I have to like look out for a punch. We definitely do have dual wield though. I think maybe it's just very, very low, so it's not firing very often. I'm kind of just getting to grips with the engine and stuff right now. This is very, very alien to me. Like everything, it's like what I know, but like not. All of the UI and stuff are really different. Do you get job advancement here, or just add one more class? You get 3 classes total. You can stack on top of each other. Job advancement. Can you explain what you mean by that, please? Don't know how to answer exactly. Oh, that's why Flame Lick doesn't work. Flame Lick requires a Fire Beetle Eye in your inventory to be able to land. Just dawned on me. You get significantly different abilities as you level up, but you don't really get like a class like that kind of job advancement. No. The jobs are like absolutely classes there. They have a really long leveling path. Generally with their own like abilities or spells. How many people are there here? Well, there are only 3 people here. Should be able to find mobs. Without songs, I won't level dual wield. Ah, yeah, true. A little bit wary of the gate. This is a warrior bard. Oh no, this is a warrior shadow knight, sorry. I didn't realise we got criticals as a monk. Like off the rip. Port to other towns in the main city. There's definitely a translocator in Freeport somewhere, but I couldn't tell you where. Ranger is like the least scary of secondary classes, I think. suddenly hit quite hard. It must be because our skills have leveled up. Skills are so important early on. Running into the guards, you crazy orc. It's not gonna help you, is it? Gonna help either of us. Love being blind. Guess we could try and kill a fire beetle to get flame lick online. Okay, now we should be able to flame lick. There we go. We're flame licking. Axe. Rusty axe was 3. Holy moly. What's up, Convection? You got an issue, sir? Didn't really mean to hit this bat. I guess that's just where we're at now. this on this side, really, shouldn't we? Cloth cap. Is that cloth cap plus 2? Oh, it is. It's a small cloth cap as well. We're a big boy. Strict upgrade. I'm trying to think about the humanoid camps. The dervishes in North Road, they're too high. Maybe that Nectulus spawn, but I don't remember exactly what level the Didos are. Like, as soon as we get to 5, we're just gonna get a Befallen anyway. For bats. Probably need to destroy these. They're probably killing our AC. We're a monk, aren't we? Murdering our weight allowance. On cleric bats. It's not a skeleton, it's a cactus. Easy mistake to make. Sell these. Three AAs. What do we even do with our AAs? I guess we hold them for now. Why you gotta be like this, Orc Apprentice? Where'd you get off? On walks. Metabolism or regen. Good old metabolism. You probably don't need metabolism yet. No big deal. It's so weird just being able to sell items as you loot them. So strange. Well, that's a level 3. Paladins. I haven't spent any of mine yet. No, I'm not really sure what to do with them right now. Let me just sell this right. I should have sold these. Where's the camera? Oh shit. Yeah. Hold on. No one even mentioned that, man. Okay. Sorry, guys. Had to make a makeshift capture. Had it in the wrong place on OBS. No, dude, no. Because the game wouldn't capture on game capture, so I had to like quickly make a window capture. I didn't put it in the right place. Fucked up all of OBS. How these things go. Thank you. See the stream at all times. I mean, I can see it off on the side, but I don't really pay that much attention to what's going on there. I'm usually just looking at chat. auto attack on in this window. I can figure out how to do that. Oh shit! Oh Jesus! Right in front of you. Yeah. Ah. Be like that, mate. Why do we have to do that? It must be on there somewhere. Good old Bellicoat. What a guy. What a guy. Use command warning. No, it's not that. It be melee warnings. You can see our auto attack on here. I don't know what the and I'm stupid. I'm glad you've been having fun streaming, Narcos. What have you been streaming? I wasn't even really aware. No, don't do it, Orc Centurion. No, Orc Centurion. Too young to die. Mecharashi and Minecraft. What a combination. What a combination. Any viewers over 1 is huge gains, to be honest. Really weird. I need to get this. I really need to get this into here, but I don't know what it is. Filters. Okay, I'm gonna ask Google. Filter EQ. Auto attack. Oh, it is melee warnings. Fuck. The cloth gloves. 2. These cloth gloves plus 3. Might as well. Goes into there. Why not EQ? It's back. EQ's in. Filter. Melee. Melee warnings. I had a feeling it was melee warnings, but then I just felt stupid. Yeah, it is. I was like, there's no way. I can guess myself. Cloth wristband. I didn't even equip my pants. These bits of AC are actually very good. You're already popping off. It's just strange seeing floating combat text everywhere as well. Feels so non-eeky. What do we even buy? Spells? Opponents? Who knows? Still don't know what we're meant to do with like pick difficulty and stuff. Like, doesn't seem to open a window or anything. Some currency for spells around level 8? Yeah, probably. You should get loads of... Once you go to a dungeon, you should get loads of money anyway. I don't think it'll be an issue. We're so sophisticated with pants on. We're living the dream out here. No, don't snare me. I've got skeletons to pull. I think I was attacking a rat. My bad. cracked stuff has served us well. Yeah, Exiles look way cooler when they got robes. Don't know if we'll really get to use a robe in vanilla. Yeah, I think most of the monk robes are kunai. All gear was like completely scuffed in classic though. I think we can mute this message in options somewhere. Saw it earlier. Gameplay. General. Press attack failure warnings, out of range warnings. Look at this, I'm a master of this UI already. We barely even had to use our mend. Let alone like actual heals. We should really use our mend more often. We should be using it on cooldown actually now that I think about it because it has a skill. I completely forgot. It's like, oh, I just save this forever. Another cracked staff. Oh my word. Now we're gaming. I guess we could just equip this too. This is better or worse than this? It's the same. Probably wanna. Oh wait, is this +2? No, it's +3. Okay. Don't think we have any need of Shackle of Dust. I think you use it for like oh yeah, there's a Shackle quest. Yeah, I remember these. If you've lost it, you need to do something with it. the penance quest. Replace it. That looks complicated. Hello, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What? He's acting up. Hello. No, we really want to keep this. Actually, could you not? Thank you. Done. Okay. Hello. Hello. Is this what I'm just doing? Am I just sitting here on decaying skeletons to level 5? I don't really know what else I'm doing. Maybe I am doing that. Back up to try to get it to be in front of us. Wherever it may be. Wolf Boss and Route 6. Yeah, they're brutal. Brutal. I'll take foot. Any more skelly bones around here? Come on. Out the way. Touch on the end of the desk. That's a good go. Hi there, Sarge. This is EverQuest. EverQuest Legends. How are you? This is OG Iki. Not really. This just came out today. This is EQ Legends, so this is like a very kind of solo-centric class fantasy kind of thing. It's officially endorsed by Daybreak, but it's not really made by them. We get 3 classes, all on the same character. And the intent is to make it to like the end of the game. Go and raid by yourself. Should Daybreak game would be disastrous. Yeah, we're just starting out, speeding things up. Fighting over decaying skeletons. Looking for big cloth armor upgrades. Cape? Oh my god. We're in the money. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Huge gains. Enough. So all of the enemies here, they have double classes as well. We're on a high difficulty, but we are too strong for these skeletons now. We're not really too worried. I'm sure this is not very efficient, what I'm doing right here. I'm sure this is so much less than efficient. But I'm having fun. An apprentice. Your brother sucks because he really, really likes to blind you. More cloth pants. I can merge those. Big cloth pants +3. I think about 50 of these skeletons, a little bit more, I think. Go to level 5. A chat command for this. Maybe create an instance that only works in dungeons. The way it works. Tyrion's not having any of it. It might seem silly, but I'm sure these cloth pieces will actually give us a bit of a step up. Trying to do before them. Because we are not exactly going in there with an incredible like class set, right? "30 minutes to fight your way back to the Harkonnen ship. I pulled a rat." It's not a skeleton. Yeah, that'll happen. There are so many enemies on floor 6. It's brutal. Yeah, the wolf boss is pretty savage. Certainly not to be trifled with. Oh no. Now I've been flame licked. I bet that guy's not even holding a fire bead light. Fuck off mantle. Oh shit, right? Got a three-star beast poker. Nice. Great. Gonna have to try the new Geeko. Yeah, give it a go. You might enjoy it. I'm having fun. I'm a little confused as to what's going on, but I'm definitely having fun. Looks like El Paso. Does it? I'll take your word for it. Snared. Criminal. Splintering club. That might actually be better than this. 32. 28. That's nah. Good. What about if we put the things together? Ooh. Still haven't managed to tag that thing. Here you scumbag. These men before we go again. I'm the only person here. I wonder why I was getting the mob so easily all of a sudden. Probably means I don't need to pull multiple mobs at once like that. Oh, we did just dual wield. I saw our punch go up when I didn't have my weapon in. It's the same level as us. I haven't seen it, another level 6 Centurion, like the one that beat us up when we first came in here. Ooh. Okay. More AC. Oh, it's a class checker plus 4. That big 5 AC. Very in there. I think that's the highest that can drop on this mode, plus 4, right? It's weird that they don't seem to drop the weapons that they're equipped with. Like the weapons they drop just seem to be random. I wonder if that's by intent or I don't know what's going on. Man, it feels so weird to play this game. Even in this state of it. It's so strange. Booties. 4 as well. Don't think we can use those at a long raid though, do we? Nah, same AC. Lower AC in fact. Man, it's actually really quite late. Time flies, I guess. I was like, why am I tired? Oh. I've been playing this for like 5 hours. That's my bad. 4 hours. 4 hours. Only 4 hours. It's fine. This is normal and fine. Ooh. of a regular. Oh, I should have. So. Hello, Lucy's brother. About halfway through level 4. I've got a pretty reasonable amount of gear though. I'm gonna have to look into how this stuff works down here. Oh, pick difficulty, create instance thing. I'm guessing we can't create instance because we need to be in a dungeon zone to do so. It's weird that the difficulty thing doesn't work in there. You have to use pick zone. Ooh, an Uluk. I didn't really consider that hand weapons a drop.